Hello? Is this thing on? Well, hey. Okay, cool. We can do stuff now. It's almost like I never left. It's almost like I never changed devices. Okay. Alright, let's just move this over here. And then this over here, and then we are good to go. Hey, Zephyr, welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? All right, we have... just gotta make sure how everything looks. Everything is weird. Like, it looks almost like it's supposed to be, but everything looks slightly off. And it's probably because I just haven't made the right adjustments yet, and maybe because I'm not used to having a white taskbar at the bottom. How is the audio? I have to readjust the audio bouncing for everyone now, so I don't want to... There we go. All right. Everything's still in the green. Mic is a little peaky. Really? Huh. Hang on. Really? Because the gain is down. Okay, let me move this down. Okay, how about that? Is that better? Hey, Fortuna, welcome in. How you doing? Honestly, wow, this audio is really loud for me. The music. Not that I would be opposed to having more ZDS. Whoa, now you sound like you're a million miles away? Alright, well then let me just... That's just... I'm adjusting the decibel level right now, so... yeah, the mic level. So, yeah, a whole lot of it was... Like, I make, like, one slight adjustment, and it moves way too much. Okay, so how about now? Did you beat Expedition 33? I, in fact, did beat Expedition 33. And, yeah, Game of the Year. I literally don't care about any other game that comes out. It's never going to top Expedition 33. So, yeah. Like, Expedition 33, for me, is the... It's like the... What's the word I'm looking for? It is the hi-fi rush of my of the games now. Oh, that's a little better, but you're weirdly still getting crunchy at the top. Okay. That is weird bit crushing, which is definitely not right. Yeah, the gain is down. I have the gain... I put the gain up like... Okay, hang on. Let me listen to it right now, just see how it is. I probably should have done that beforehand, but I didn't think mic adjustments needed to have their own separate session. It's not terrible, but if you listen back, you'll hear it. Well, that's... If I hear it, then it's terrible. All right, hang on. Let me... All right. What about now? Is this when you hear the bit crackle? I don't hear it. Wait a minute. That's a good volume. So far, no crunch. All right, that's good. Okay, there's an echo. Yeah, that's because I'm actually playing the stream back. And I guess the mic is picking up the sounds coming from my headphones, which is weird. Yeah, all right. So, yeah, I'm going to have to listen to it later, but yeah, if you hear the crunch, let me know so I can mark it on the timestamp. Okay, so we should be all right now. That's okay. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. We will just keep on going. That music is still really loud for me. All right, hang on. I don't want to adjust it for you guys, so let me just move it down like that. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Much, much better. Now I can actually hear myself, which is great for me because I want to hear myself, but I don't know if I mean, you guys, I'm sure you guys want to hear me, because otherwise, what's the point? Alright, now to go do something that I should have done the last couple times that I made this. Oh, wait, actually, no. I'll announce it when we actually get started with the highlights for today. Hey, Zeke, welcome in. How you doing? Okay. But yeah, we have a couple games on the list today. And because we have a pretty small creative channel today, I think we can get to them sooner rather than later, which is good. I'm doing all right. Awesome. Okay. So let's just go ahead and get started. There's not really much point in stalling. So now I just have to, oh wait. You know? All right, there we go. Yeah. All right, I'm here. All right, let me just double check. Boom, sudden Bezos. That's good. Boom, sudden BRBs. Good, good. And then the most important one. Yeah, all right. We got that. Sub dweeb. Hey, loser. How you doing? All right. So we got all the important ones out of the way, which is good. Yeah. Oh, ads. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, I guess so. I wish I could just, like, disable ads. Like, at least for, like, one stream. But I get that Bezos wants his money. But, whatever. Okay, so, Rhyme starts off with, I made a battle system inspired by a certain gacha. Hopefully this thing won't get too complicated later. What certain gacha are you talking about? Oh, okay. That's a nice first person. All right. Huh. Okay, I definitely don't know what kind of gacha you're talking about, but I'm liking the perspective. There's a lot of motion and animation, even in the first person battle set. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, wait a minute. That one's a bit weird. That one is just a little bit weird. Alright, so yeah, it's one thing that you want to, like, have the first person character on your, for your actual character. But man, when you zoom it, when you get that close to an enemy and you attack, like, you can see every single little pixel. And oh boy, that is wild. When you said that one's a bit weird, you went crunchy for when you're looking back. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Ad for pre-roll. You guys should not be getting pre-roll ads. I very specifically set up the Twitch settings that you guys don't get pre-roll ads. So if you're getting pre-roll ads, then Bezos is a big fat liar. Oh no. I get pre-roll ads every single time I enter your stream. What? I always get the... Bezos? We're gonna have a little talk here, buddy. I'm not sure I'm liking this. Alright, let me check this out then. Ads. Okay, yeah, so it is 3 minutes of ads every hour. Okay. Pre-roll ads for incoming viewers fully disabled. It says it right there. What the hell is this? Pre-roll ads for incoming viewers fully disabled. Twitch, get your shit straight. And now I'm getting reports that we're getting pre-roll ads here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Also, ad length and frequency. I set it to manual, and I just keep forgetting to run ads, but yeah, it keeps happening. Elon lying to us? Wrong billionaire. I get that billionaires are all the same, but yeah. I mean, I guess Elon's probably lying. Ad length says 40 minutes. Is that why? No. It's run a 2-minute ad break every 40 minutes. I'm not trying to... Christ, can you imagine running 40 minutes of ads every hour? Yeah, that would be really messed up. Okay, well, all I know... Oh, wait, hold up. Yeah. Needs to be 3 for pre-roll? No, and yeah, I have it. I think you have to set it to automatic. Okay, well, let me try that. Wait, no, automatic is something that I already set. That's it. Basically, it makes me check the movie channels used to do that in UK. You get like 40 minutes of nonstop ads until the next movie came on, and the movie still had ad breaks. Christ. Yeah. Okay. Enable dashboard notifications and be alerted when pre-roll ads are enabled or disabled. Well, I have that enabled, and I'm not getting any pre-rolls on. So how the hell are you guys getting ads? Mine set up to 3 minutes ads every 60 minutes. Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. Yeah, here's what I have. Ad minutes per hour, 3 minutes. Hi. And it says right here, pre-roll ads for incoming viewers fully disabled. So that's just, ugh. Not the frequency. LOL, Jeff Bezos, yeah. Hey, Kevin, welcome in. Scroll further down. Yeah, I have disabled pre-roll ads. Yeah. Hey, Cocodile, welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah. Do these settings match yours, Ozzy? Maybe I'll drop by your... Well, here... Yeah. Nice, great way of advertising. I could just drop by on your stream, and then we'll see what's... going on here. What are you all pointing at me for? What did I do? I'll DM you mine? Okay, fine. Then that's what it is. Because that's exact... I mean, forgive me for looking at pre-roll ads for incoming viewers, and it's being shown fully disabled. And forgive me for thinking that meant that pre-roll ads were disabled for incoming viewers. But fuck me, right? I mean, I guess it's just one more reason why you cannot believe anything that you see. The world is a lie. Everything you see is a lie. That's the lesson to take from all of this, apparently. What? Why are you catching me, Zephyr? I didn't do anything. This time. Oh, what the hell? Wait, what? Come on, I already typed out what I wanted to say. Alright, fine. So, Twitch is a lie? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course, Twitch is a lie. Everyone here, we're all lies. There is no truth anywhere. Anywhere that we're doing. Alright, so Ozzy's DMing this to me, excuse me. Okay, run a 3-minute ad break every... Okay, yeah, that's what you have here. Man, that's 3 minutes, though. That's a lot. But I don't think I ever get any mid-roll ads. Well, you know what, Ozzy? You'll just have to stream, and then I'll find out for sure. Hydrate, that's the only way pre-roll ads are disabled? Yeah. Okay, so... I don't understand the ad manager at all. I think it's because I have ad manager not set to automatic. I don't know. If it's working for you, then it's working. Then I'll just have to take a look at what you've got here. And then we'll emulate it, and then we'll see what happens. But hey, it's just one thing at a time, right? Okay, so yeah, so back to Rhyme's little gacha. I'm not sure what exact gacha this was inspired by, but hey, if it works, it works. Yeah, a 3D first-person dungeon crawl. I played a few of these during the jam, and yeah, the thing that always got me about these kinds of games were the massive pixel size when the camera gets really close to an object. Like, I get it. Sometimes if you don't have the assets for it, then you don't have the assets for it. But man, is it distracting. Like there. I know it only happens for like a second. But man, that is really distracting when you can just see all the blocks. Harold is a growing boy. Yeah, and with that comes growing pains. Nova, I found the issue. You have to check the little info symbol above the pre-roll ad thingy. Very descriptive. And I did. Enable to have Ads Manager automatically schedule video ads on your channel. And I do. It is checked. Yeah. So I guess it's not the issue. Next to the fully disabled. Oh, that? Yeah, it says run 3 minutes of mid-roll ads per hour during your stream to fully disable pre-roll ads. And there you go. And I have 3 minutes right here. I mean, you know, when it says pre-roll ads for incoming viewers set to fully disabled, I believed that meant that pre-roll ads are fully disabled. But I guess that's just another one of Bezos's lies. Hey, Ryan, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. All right. We'll have mine set to manual and not automatic. I also have mine set to manual and not automatic. And then have my slider down there set to 3 minutes, 1 hour. Yeah, I saw that. I thought that would be too much, but hey, I'll give that a shot. The ads manager, you have it turned off. Okay, well, let's try that then. Who knows? I guess non-subs refresh the page and see if you get an ad. I don't fucking know. I don't know anything anymore. Okay, so this was Rhyme's Rhyme's little gacha. So I'm liking this. I'm liking the kinetic energy that you have when you look around and you see all of your guys actually going in and attacking. I really do appreciate that. Anyhow, see ya. Yeah, how many times have you said see ya? But yeah, I'm liking it. Now it just makes me wonder, like, how skills and other parts, other non-melee attacks are gonna work. But yeah, this is a good start. Appreciate that. Good job, Ron. Okay, Zephyr comes in with today's adventure. Oh, that looks nice. I could walk through this all day. Yeah, and there's just enough shade too. When I walk, I don't have any shade where I am because it's next to a street. So yeah, there's no tree coverage whatsoever. So yeah, I would love to have a route like this. Very nice. Okay, all right. Is that a duck in the water right over there? I think it is. Nice. That's it's a lot of geese. And you're alive? Well, you know what? They're not Canadian geese. I don't know about how non-Canadian geese act, but yeah, most geese Or just a bunch of shits. So I'm kind of surprised that you made it out of there alive. Hey, 10. Welcome in. Canadian geese are nice. Yeah, they're nice when you get out of their way. They say honk honk I. It's A. 10. A. Come on, man. Get your stereotypes right. Okay, and there's a nice, I believe, algae-infested water. Right there. That's what I wrote. You said I, boy. Reread what you wrote. Okay, how was that for bit crushed? Because, yeah, that was... I was yelling. Be like Zephyr. I'll be who I want to be. How about that, 10? That was awful. Really? Oh, man. I might have to just go back. Well, I don't want to do that again. We all try Nova. What is that supposed to mean? Okay. I mean, this is going to be a terrible message. If, wait, hang on. Let me turn this down again. Maybe boost the gain again. How about that? How about that? Is that better? I can't even hear myself. All right, wait a minute. I can't even hear myself. Yeah, all right. Is that better? Yeah, all right. Is that better? Oh god. Yeah, I heard that. Holy shit. Wow. Oh god. Yeah, I heard that. Oh, no. Wow. What the hell happened? Well, I guess I'm just going to have to, play it cool this time. And not get too heated. So, all right. So I guess I'm just going to have to try and stay calm during this stream and not try to yell too much. So you guys need to be on your best behavior. Oof. Man. All right, well, it's been so hot today, I don't know how it can get any more heated. Well, that's what AC is for. So you can stay on the, stay cool, and then wait until a bunch of little shits in chat decide they want to be funny. And then you just go in and you have to yell. Your terrible anger management, chat's fault. Exactly. Listen, we all need healthy outlets for our frustrations. And it just happens to be that, I need someone to blame. And you know what? What better entity to blame than Twitch chat? It's perfect. All right, well, now that I know how it sounds, I'm just going to have to try and stay calm. I hope I can. Nova, cool. He's mediocre at bet. No, not going to do it. Not going to fall for it. Not going to take your bait this time, 10. Try harder. Okay, thank you for sharing the pictures, Zephyr. Really appreciate that. Wait, okay, how's the gain on this? Yep, gain is... You know what? Let me just turn the gain all the way down and just see how that sounds. Turn it all the way down, and then... Oh, yeah, it's still... Huh. Okay, how's this? Is this better? Oh, yeah, it's still... Is this better? Okay, how's this? Is this better? Is this better? A little bit better. Maybe that was the gain. A little bit. All right. Maybe that was the DM from Ozzy. Yeah, Ozzy's just telling me about his settings. DM from Ozzy. Yeah, Ozzy's just telling me. Let me just take a look at what's what he's shown here, in case he's trying to say something smart. When it says they're enabled, but I don't think I ever get muted. Yeah, that's the same thing that I've got. Yeah, and that's the problem, Ozzy. It should not say enabled. That's the thing I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to say disabled. I want to disable pre-roll ads because I don't want anybody coming in here and then seeing an ad right away, especially if you rate it in. I feel like that's awful. What are y'all trying to do in chat? I am genuinely confused. All right. Let me just move my... Yep. Oh, wait. Nope. That's putting me in yellow. Okay. I think that's better. All right. With that being said, we are... Oh, yeah. And Zephyr wants to show off the business cards that she got. Yeah. All right. Look at that. Net of Revelations, Armor of the Abyss. That is amazing. And then, wait, are these like, what kind of material are these cards made from? Armor of the Abyss and Ring Spirits, both of them. But Armor of the Abyss is definitely what we're going to be using for the advertisement. Yeah, all right. You look all nice and professional now. Anybody else have business cards made for their games? When you're meeting new people, sometimes it's just a great way to just kind of leave something that they can use rather than having to just ask them to remember. These business cards cost 4 mana, 3 blue, 1 colorless. This is not Magic the Gathering 10. This is, hey, look at my game. And yeah. And so, we just doing... Yep, it looks super professional. I love it. How do you play, hey, look at my game? 10, you're not going to bait me. I mean, keep trying all you want, but you're just not going to do it. I know what you're trying to do. You're not slick. You're not smart. I see right through you. That's why I'm the fisherman and you are merely the fish. I don't really have much to say about this. These just well done. And yeah, I wish I can get myself one of these cards, but yeah, it's all good. I don't need to be smart. Yeah. I've seen your art, 10. I know where the blood's flowing, and it ain't your brain. So, yeah, on that, I can totally agree with you. Okay, so let us actually move on to the real meat of tonight's stream. I'm just going to go ahead and post this in the judges chat. I think I'm the only one that occupies the community page in the Game Jam now. Because why not? I will own the entire community for the 2025 RPG Maker Game Jam. Okay, so for today's games, I have 2 that I wanted to show off. The first one, I actually talked about, I gave a quick shout out to on the post-jam podcast. And I did this. I stand by what I said about it, which is it had a lot of things holding it back, but it also had a lot of cool things going for it. And that would be The Stars Are Gone. And for those that want to give this one a shot, there it is. Wait, was that the right one? Yeah, that was the right one. Okay, because, yeah, I have a feeling you guys might want to check this one out because I'm not going to give you the full experience. And that is even with me trying to beat the game. Because, spoiler alert, I actually wasn't able to beat the game. All right, so let's see what's going on here. All things in this world must die. Life inexorably flows toward death. None can escape it. With time, the body grows feeble, brittle, unable to support its own weight. The flesh rots, the bones crumble. Eventually, there will be no trace that had lived at all. Mountains become dust, oceans evaporate, the stars themselves will burn out, and the universe will be enveloped in darkness. I remember you said this is a good game with a bad game page. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, marketing is one of the skills that people need to learn. And unfortunately, the game page for this game is a pretty good indicator of that. But why? Answers cannot be found without perspective. You who shall walk amongst the living and the dying, you are to gain this perspective and perhaps find an answer, if one exists. First, you must shape your identity. What do you wish to be called? To your name. And then, yeah, so here's us. So, yeah. Your name will be Nova. Is this acceptable? Wait, hang on. That's a lot of characters that you're going to put in. Just hang on, just out of my own curiosity. Your name will be Nova. Is that... Ah, yep, all right, you did think about that. That's good. That's good. What is less interesting is the fact that you have, you didn't, yeah, there's some mistakes here in the window. These instructions need to be spaced out a little bit better. But yeah, let's go. How do you wish to be perceived? Masculine, feminine, or androgynous? Okay, it's one of those like gender selections, which, given the fact that we already have our visual design, this is kind of interesting because because we can either be perceived as a male, a female, or either one. But if we have that choice with a predetermined art, that basically already means we're androgynous, right? That's I don't know. Am I weird for thinking that? Because yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Anyway, I'm gonna be masculine. Hey, part-time experience, welcome in. How you doing? Explodes in the chat. Drop kicks your keyboard into the air vents. What do you have against my keyboard? Is this like the third time you've come in here and inflicted violence upon my keyboard? You will be referred to as he, him. Is this acceptable? Sure. Very well. Go, Nova. See it with your own eyes. Know this world. Know its people. Know its end. And then off we go. It's called asserting dominance over the machines. Unfortunately, part-time experience, we have already learned that the machines will always assert dominance over us by virtue of lying. Did you happen to get an ad when you came in here? Just out of curiosity, because we had this whole like chat amongst ourselves earlier about when we can get ads or when we don't. Of course, if you have an ad right now, you probably can't even hear. Yes. Ugh, stupid. Ugh. Well, I hate to tell you this then, because I have pre-roll ads fully disabled, but apparently that's just a big old lie. The machines have already won. So, yeah, we just have to accept it. Who's there? How did you... Who are you? If you're another one of those things from down there, I'll... Did you run an ad within the last 15 minutes? That's a good question. I'm not running these ads manually, so... And I didn't see any kind of alert that said ads were on. Yeah, no, we're good. Oops. The woman reaches for her weapon. Now, hang on. Chill out, lady. I'm not your enemy. Then who are you? Stop. Twitch will enable pre-roll ads if you don't run enough ads. I'm running a minute and a half. I'm running. Yeah, we've gone through all this already. I'm running 3 minutes of ads every hour. And, well, it's... when it says fully disabled, I expected it to be fully disabled. But whatever. Do you make a habit of pointing that spear at every new person you come across? We've all been on edge lately, but you must remember to keep your composure. Senseless outbursts like this help no one. You're right. The armored woman lowers her weapon. My apologies. That was unbecoming of me. I suppose proper introductions are in order. I am Ida, shield bearer to the Septentrion Royal Crown. You'd think I would know how these are pronounced because I read these already. Former shield bearer, I suppose. My name is... So I don't see an accent over here, so I'm reading this as Agnes. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be read Agnes, but without an accent, it reads like Agnes. So I don't know if I should keep reading it as Agnes or what. I'm not much for titles. Would you tell us your name? All right, sure. Where are you from, Nova? Fuck, I don't know. The crypt? Actually, I suppose it doesn't matter much now, does it? Given the state things are in. Let us speak further back at the camp. It could be dangerous here. And also, it'll get me out of this map because then I won't notice more things like the mapping error right here, where there's no cliff edge. Yeah, so let's head back to camp. I don't know if I want to be here right now. So yeah, it still would make for a better screenshot than what we saw on the game page. So I remember going through this. I remember going through this area, and I was like, wait. This reminds me a lot of that one area in Dark Souls 3. It was the hidden shrine, the hidden Firelink shrine. Yeah. It was supposed to be like a reflection of what will happen when the Age of Fire ended, and it was just the land, and then it was pitch black everywhere past the horizon. And I don't know if this is just an unfortunate coincidence or a fortunate coincidence or a deliberate like art style rip. I don't want to say rip. That implies a level of maliciousness that I'm not sure about, but I was getting those kinds of vibes. And that's why it was a lot easier for me to settle in. Yeah. Without accent, it's Agnes. Agnes is... Agnes with a short A. I don't know about that. I remember watching other judges streaming this game. The game becomes good when 1 hour almost up in their playthrough. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, I did put in an SMT reference when I talked about this on the podcast. And I was like, yeah, like this game does follow a lot of beats from SMT, including the story beats where you have your characters that all have different ideologies. And it all comes to a head near the end. You know, but I think this game does a pretty decent job of laying down the groundwork. You know, taking time to lay down the rug. Like, you can't yank the rug out from underneath the player's feet when you don't even have the rug laid out, you know? It's certainly unsettling, seeing a completely empty sky. Why'd you clip that, 10? What's going on? What did I say? I cannot hear myself. Sure. Where are you from, Nova? Fuck, I don't know. The crypt? Hang on. Sure. Where are you from, Nova? Fuck, I don't know. The crypt? Wait. No. Oh, you suck. Oh, 10, you suck! Ah! Well, congratulations. You got me. I hope you're proud of yourself. What? Where's the ban button? Why is the ban button gone in this new layout? What? Right, fine. I guess it's just going to be like an extra step. There you go. No. Oh, come on. Oh, God, I screwed this up. All right, wait. I just closed the dockable window. Shit. Where is it? Docs. I screwed up my OBS layout. All right, give me 1 second. Just bring it back. Chat. There we go. Yeah. Okay, we're good now. I hate you, 10. Just want to put that on the record. Okay. Back to the game. Who's this? This is Nova. Yeah, we'll spin it later. We'll spin it when we're done here. Because I don't want to interrupt everybody else's... Because at this point, we're trying to make something for YouTube. So, yeah, I don't want to waste time spinning right now. Because, you know, the devs of these games want to hear more feedback on them. This is Nova. So, the thing about writing is that you want to avoid very short answers like this. Because this is Nova is very... I've used this in a couple times. Declarative. You don't want to just convey information. Which is great because we've been doing a pretty decent job of not doing that up to this point. But that just makes moments like these stick out a lot more. So we need to filter this information through Agnes's filter, her character. So just saying a fact, this is Nova, anybody else could have said that. So at this point, because there's so little information here, there's so little to this writing, you can probably just add something like, hey, we found him, or them, whatever, in the crypt, and then just elaborate a little bit more, rather than just this is Nova, because that's not a whole lot. Stop making a liar out of me! I played this game already. You would think I would know how some of this works. But hey. Whatever. So, you know what? That kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. So, fine. I can save this. I can save this. Shut up. Stop laughing, Rhyme. Shut up. I can save this. You don't need the "we found Nova" in one single text box. You don't need that as the sole occupant. You can add this part to the last one. Shut up, all of you! Oh my god. Hey, Valen, welcome in. I suppose he has gotten lost on his way here. This is Daniel. You. Something's different about you. It feels like he's looking straight through you. Do you know why you're here? Nah. I see. So yeah, you can very clearly tell that this guy's got his, like the dev was just flipping the sprite over to make up for the walk cycle. But when you do that with the hair, it's going to look really weird, especially when you have asymmetric hair like this. So yeah, that just wasn't taken into account. There. Strange. He's always like this. Quite frankly, I can't stand him. So yeah, the next thing that we need to worry about here is that framing. A lot of the action is being obscured by the text box here. Especially when Ida kind of moved up and, I mean, it was still covered by the text box. So you want to make this map a little bit bigger or adjust the camera in such a way that the focus is on the focus of the scene is on the center of the screen. And you're not doing that here, sadly. He deserves some credit for helping us navigate through the manifold, but... Manifold? Wait, you actually don't know? I suppose it was never exactly common knowledge. But surely you didn't come all this way without knowing what's here, right? I mean, I literally woke up in a crypt. What are you guys talking about? Why are you acting like I'm supposed to know the whole history of the world? Well, to put it simply, the manifold is... It's how we're going to bring back the stars. Ida, you don't know that. That very well might be impossible. But you don't know that either. This is the only lead any of us have gotten for anything. There has to be something in there that can help us save everyone. I can't let anyone else die because I failed to act. Perhaps it would be better if you saw it yourself. Can I save anywhere? I forgot. Yeah, alright, cool. Device is inactive. Alright. About time you got here. I was about to head in without you. Oh, don't worry. I don't think we'd miss you much if you got lost on your own down there. Agnes turns to you. The manifold is in there. It's an aberrant space that manifested deep within the catacombs. No one knows why it appeared, and no one knows why Agnes suddenly forgot her own name because the nameplate just disappeared. Though I have my theories. Obviously, it has something to do with the stars vanishing. That's certainly possible, but we don't know for sure. That's exactly why we need to investigate it. I suppose. Daniel turns to you. You have a sword. I assume you know how to fight. I love violence. I only fight when I have to, or I'm a pacifist. I only fight when I have to. You will have to. There are things down there that will tear you apart if you can't defend yourself. That's why we all need to stick together. Now, let's just forget about the fact that, a minute ago, Ida was like, yeah, you can probably just go get lost down there. No one will care. But now that there's 4 of us, our chances just got that much better. That's true, assuming he's willing to go down there. I hate to ask this, especially with how dangerous the manifold is, but will you join us? Sure. You have my gratitude. I know I had my doubts about you earlier, but glad to have you on board. I hope you don't regret this decision later. Literally, what else am I going to do? Apparently, the entire world is like on the verge of ending, so why not? And apparently, I have no friends. I have absolutely nothing else to do. Now then, we should make sure we're properly prepared before we go in. Let us know when you're ready. Okay, of course, you're blocking the one way to the western. All right, cool. Are we ready to go? No. Do you need more time? I'll be right here when you're ready. Hey, sorry again about what happened earlier. I've been real stressed lately. Yeah, the end of the world will do that for you. I guess it's pretty obvious why, right? No, that's no excuse. Well, either way, you don't have to worry about anything. I'll make sure we all get through this alive. Except if I piss you off, and then you'll be like, all right, well, you're on your own. What do you want? I'm not here to make small talk. If you're ready to go, then let's go. The well is filled with clear water. Okay, nothing else. Moving on. All right, let's go. Watch your step. This place is crawling with... Actually, we're not really sure what they are. They seem to be malignant spirits. Perhaps they don't take kindly to our treading on their resting place. Whatever they are, stay on guard. Gap can be passable if you laid some planks across. Alright, easy enough. Okay, battle time? Yeah. Now, I'm assuming these monsters are custom because they have very similar shading styles to the rest of these portraits. In which case, why the hell would you not want to show it off? Alright, just as a reminder for those that are wondering, this is what the game page looks like for The Stars Are Gone. And we saw this if you saw Benny's stream. If you didn't, then why didn't you? But this is all you have to go on regarding what this place looks like. So yeah, like, show that off, man. You gotta. Otherwise, people are just gonna pass it by. Alright, so, low damage to one enemy 3 times. Actually, you know what? Let's just start off with the basics. Just figure out our damage right away. Oh, right. I have no idea who's attacking. Well, that sucks. Alright, might as well just attack. I love this one, too. Like, holy crap. Like, this is probably one of the strongest first healing skills I've seen in, like, most RPG Maker games. It revives everyone and restores 50% HP? Damn. And then my heart started sinking because I'm like, wait, how difficult did you tune these enemies for this to be one of the first skills that you get? Damage one enemy, chance to inflict inflame. And this one, mark one enemy. Marked enemies take more damage. Get wrecked. I did the bare minimum, and that's even less than me. Show like a few things, not even much. Get like 4 screenshots. Exactly. We've come across plenty of screenshot material in the 20 minutes that we played this game already. Yeah. And hell, that one screenshot that we saw on the game page wasn't even a screenshot. It was just a mix of all the 4 character portraits. So yeah, there's 0 in-game screenshots, and there's good stuff here. Like, you have custom art, man. Why would you not want to show that off? Plus, these creature designs are sick. I love them. They're like the perfect mix of like unsettling and cool. Dev is just chill like that. Is that really the word that we would use? I don't know if that's the word that we would use. By the way, again, how's the audio? Like, again, it's really... You know what? The audio levels are a little bit weird. Hang on, let me lower this music. Yeah, alright. I think that's better. Alright, now we just gotta hope that we can make it through here. Ow. Get wrecked. Okay, how many more secrets is the dev hiding? Well, you never know. You have to play the game to find out. Which I do recommend. Yeah, you can see it in the animations, right? Like, you can see how Agnes's hat and then, yeah, my bangs just flip. Yeah, it's just what happens when you try to use the flip picture to... not flip picture, flip... God, what's the word I'm looking for? Flip image for the... when you're working with the sprites. Rocks could be removed if you had an explosive. Well, I do have one. No animation. Okay. Dev is just lazy like that. I don't know. Like, it's hard for me. I don't like to use the word lazy a lot when it comes to talking about games because, yeah, it's true. There could be some games that were developed with a very lazy mindset. But to be honest, especially if you're new, it's hard for me to tell the difference between a new dev and a lazy dev. And when I'm trying to judge games, I'm trying to judge them based on their own merits. All I can really do is just talk about the game that's in front of me. I've, gotten into a few arguments with some people in the past about this because some people have no problems calling other devs lazy. Just because they know how things work and they know that it's easy to dismiss the a fault of a game as a lazy dev. And for some cases that may be true. But even simple games take a lot of work to them. And I know RPG Maker tends to take a lot of the... What's the word I'm looking for? It takes a lot of the mundane stuff out. But I think this game has more pluses going for it. It has enough pluses going for it for me to not really call the dev lazy. In fact, hang on. Let me check something really quick. Yeah, I don't see any other game by this dev on itch. So either they're like me and they host them all somewhere else, or this is actually the dev's first project. In which case, no, there's no way I would want to call that dev lazy. I think they're super talented as a game dev, but not as a marketer. That's talent is also another. I know you don't mean this. I know you don't. This is a weird argument to get into. I know, but I also don't like to use the word talent because I feel like that'd be just brushing off a lot of devs' hard work because it takes work to make these kinds of portraits. Like, dismissing that as talent, I think, does a disservice to everyone. But much like marketing, they're all skills that you have to learn as an indie dev. And frankly, not even as an indie dev. Just when you're putting yourself out there, marketing is a skill that you just need to pick up. All right, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure we're not starting over again with the battle theme. Like, it's just continuing. I think that's great. I just control F5 and got an ad. Yeah, this time I know it's because we're running ads right now, so... Well, you know, you probably can't even hear me when I'm saying this, so... That's why I wanted to stress when I highlighted this game on the podcast that I think the devs got a lot of heart. And they've got a lot of passion. And so I don't want to discourage them by calling anything that they put in lazy. I think maybe they just need to learn some things. Which, you know, we all do. Don't anyone in chat act like your first time was perfect either. You know, I thought this was going to be a boss fight because of the way that it was presented, but I guess not. I think we can just attack our way through this now. Yeah. Alright. Arcane healing. And then assassinate. Alright, cool. So we all started at the same time, and yet Ida got more, is at a higher level than me. What's going on with that? Okay, we all have the exact same amount of experience, but everyone's level is so wildly different. Huh. Yeah, they definitely just focused on the game. Maybe quickly made a game page because they were nearing deadline. Possible. But, you know, you can edit your game page after... I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you can edit your game page after the submission. Yeah. So. Anyway, all we can really talk about definitively is what's right there in front of us. So that's all I'm really going to do here. A lot of graves, a lot of coffins. Oh, mimics. Low damage one enemy, low chance of instant death. That makes things a little easier. Anyone here noticing a strange recurring theme for all the enemies that we've seen so far? Let me just double check this really quick. Okay, yeah, so it's the same two enemies, but it's the same two enemies, but I'm noticing that they all have something obscuring their face. I don't know if that's was meant to be a common theme that we're seeing around here, but yeah. I wonder if that means something. To be honest, this game page is a lot better than my second submission. You had a second submission? Oh? I didn't know that. Tell me more. Okay, yeah, this one doesn't have a face at all. It has an eye, what looks like an eye, but then, yeah. Yeah, I think now we can just... Unfortunately, we're at a station where we can just hold X to it, or hold space to win. Which, yeah, this is a problem that I have with a lot of games like this. Is like, hey, we have cool ideas... But what's the point of all these cool skills if you can just hold attack to win? Then again, as a judge, I would much rather that than than the other way around. Because I was stuck on some games, and I couldn't beat them because they were either too difficult or because they had way too obscure. So clearly, this dev wanted to tell a story, and I think they succeeded. I wish I'd submitted my game. Unfortunately, I had to go overseas days before the deadline. That sucks. I mean, do you still have the game? Can you submit it? Not submit it to the jam, but can you publish it right now? If so, you probably should. At least consider it. I can just attack. I'm going to make it a bigger game instead. All right, sure. A lot of devs here plan to do exactly that after the jam. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with. We just keep on going. All right, the teleporter has been activated. Teleport back to camp. Yeah. So this is what I really like. It's like, yeah, make a quick trip back to camp, restore health, and take care of the shopping. Because, yes, you can shop here. Okay, exchange M for weapons, armor, items, or stat upgrades. Which is pretty neat. But considering that we don't really need... that's kind of weird that we can buy starting equipment. But, alright, sure. Alright, so... Claymore, and then... Yeah, okay, so these are like really strong items that I've actually never been able to... I was not able to afford them my first time. But hey, if you guys play it, you might be able to do so. So I do appreciate that there are different stats. So it doesn't look like there are straight upgrades or straight higher tier weapons. So you have the standard weapon, then you have one that's weaker but hits multiple times. And then you have one that does a lot more damage but then a low hit rate. So like, oh, okay, cool. Hey, I know that shop plugin. Oh, do you now? Chance to inflict bleed. Ooh, I like that. Low damage, chance to instantly kill. Increases physical attack, lowers magic attack. Why in the world would you want to do that for the mage? Decrease MP cost of spells. Alright, that's a really good one. In fact, that's probably the one I want to go for. High crit rate. Normal attack hits all enemies. That's super sick. And it gives me more attack. So, yeah, that'll just make fighting a little bit easier. Alright, we're good. Boss time. It's a big one. Watch out. Once again, I love this design. Okay. 2 tap. What is marked for Ancient Grudge? Well, alright, there's no tooltip that lets me see what this does, but that's a shame. So I have no idea what it's going to do. I'm probably not ever going to figure it out because in like a couple of turns, I'm going to kill him. That was really loud. I don't know how that came across to you guys, but... That was really loud. There we go. Alright. See? That was easy. Not loud? Okay. That was a tough one. A powerful spirit, clearly. What could be causing so many souls to gather like this? They're not souls. They're memories. Huh? All the information a person has accrued over the course of their life. It all flows back to the origin. What are you talking about? Never mind. It's not important. Let's keep moving. Daniel seems to know quite a bit, huh? What's happening? The floor is giving way. Whee! I like we're falling with our shadows still right down there. Ugh. Oof. Is everyone alright? I think I broke all my bones. If you're well enough to make stupid jokes, you're well enough to keep moving. You are joking, right? It's good everyone's safe, but where is this? I suspect we've fallen deep within the manifold. Not quite. See how the information from above is flowing down here? The things you called souls. This seems to be a transitory layer between the outside world and the manifold proper. Really? She says with a period. And that face, yeah. Sometimes you don't need voice acting to be able to pick up on sarcasm. Sometimes you just need some clever punctuation, accompanied with a proper face. I think I know what he's referring to. At the academy where I studied, the manifold was theorized to be composed of multiple layers, or stratums. Pretty sure the actual plural is strata. S-T-R-A-T-A. It appeared to facilitate the flow of something, but we could never quite figure out what. The manifold itself was only a theoretical space at the time. We had no way to know just what it entailed. I'm surprised you'd have even managed to figure it out. All right, let me take a deep breath and read that again. I'm surprised you'd have even managed to figure it out that far without seeing it yourselves, but credit where it's due. I'm pretty sure I just don't like how that's written, but all right. But if this is the transitory space, then that means we'll reach the manifold center if we continue from here. Yes, let's get going. All right, unseen threshold. Found 500 M, excuse me. All right, good stuff. Yeah, let's go ahead. Why not, right? Just head back for the free heal. I don't think we need to buy anything else. Yeah, all right. Now let's just go ahead. You never know, right? Okay, so we have about 1,000. So what can we do here? Normal attack hits multiple times. I don't know if I want that. I already have this one, which I like. Decrease MP cost of spells. Yeah, we need that. And then you... Actually, wait. Are you... Yeah, you have 2 weapons. Okay. Chance to inflict bleed. I like the idea of 2 weapons. 2 chances to inflict bleed. So... Yeah, let's go with that. We've been doing all right on defense, so I think I'm just going to save up and see what else we can get. If we can get anything better. Whoops. This wasn't it. So yeah, you can pretty much tell, like, this is like one of the I don't want to say one of the devs' first attempts at making maps, but yeah, we are not trying to be intricate with the map design here, which I can appreciate. As someone who has said on several occasions how much he sucks at mapping, yeah, I get it. I get not wanting to try and do something that you're not the most capable of. Oh, there we go. That was easy. Found bundled energy elixir. Ah, okay. Good stuff. Threshold key. That must be a key item here. Yeah, alright. Whoa! look at that. Like, dude, show this one off on the game page. That's a sick design. Look at this. Like, I'm playing this game again, and I'm getting more and more mad that this wasn't shown off on the game page. It's like, why not? Why not, actually? Never mind the fact that the map sprites don't look at all like their enemy designs, but hey. Prayer of the Faithless Core? Honestly? Yeah, I think the... Whoa. What's going on? What's going on? Okay, there we go. Yeah, like, I think... Yeah, these designs are fantastic, though. Like, they probably wouldn't be too far outside of Prayer of the Faithless, at least in Purgatory, the Purgatory level, where things are not supposed to be visually too consistent. But yeah, the mix of arteries and veins on this design is like, oh man. Yeah, very, very creepy. I love it. The passage is blocked and requires a key. All right, sure. Now, it did say use a key. It didn't really say use the threshold key. Though that is kind of weird that you gave me the option to skip that whole section. And just go right on through here. Oh? Huh. Interesting. Ooh. Yeah, Steel Flurry is absolutely a beast of a skill. It's like once we have that, I think we've just beaten the game. Barring a few extra 30 minutes of playtime. Yeah, look at that. Like 300 damage. Oof. Also, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty certain... Yep. Oh, no. Yeah, these guys are set to player touch. Yeah, Dev, future reference, set these to event touch. Because that way they can run into you, and then you can trigger the battle. The way that it is right now, you have to run into them. Which means that you can just kind of stand still. And not flip the switch. Okay. And, yeah, everything will... Why can't I flip the switch? Huh. Entropy nullification. So yeah, this game is... The thing about balancing is that this game is already on the easy side. So the idea, unless there's a way to counter it that I'm not aware of, I don't see much point in having enemies just make themselves invulnerable for a turn. Because honestly, what does that do? What does that do for you, the player? All it does is that it means you have to spend an extra turn, either wasting the MP that you used to cast a skill, or just like delay, costing you some time. Thank you for not doing that. So honestly, I think this game would be better if you just take out those skills, especially for random battles. Because unless this is like supposed to be balanced in a different way, that you just did not have time to do. I don't see how a skill like this, a skill that just makes you invulnerable, adds anything to the fight. Hey, Looney, welcome in. Welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, see, now we have to spend more time just... I guess we could just target other enemies? But yeah, this is not great. There you go. It kills me how nobody modifies the visual style damage ticker on the left. For a jam game, that's fine by me. Sometimes that's just not what your priority is. Would it be better? Yeah, of course. But you know, the thing to always remember about these jam games is that yes, everybody had the exact same time period, the exact same time, but that does not mean everyone had the exact same time, you know? The deadline was the same for everybody, but not everyone had the amount of time, to work on the game as everybody else. So, ultimately, I think at worst, it's harmless. You know, because, you know, what else? At least make sure it's not overlapping the other UI elements. All the important information is already seen. So, like, I don't disagree with you, but it didn't bother me when I was playing it. Frankly, I think the enemy placements that made it difficult to see their names, I found that way worse. Also, because this game is particularly easy, I don't particularly care too much about getting all the about being able to read all the damage formulas perfectly. Get ready, everyone. Okay, bulwark, and then damage to random enemies. There's going to be the boss killer. Okay, Steel Flurry, and then... Okay, yeah, we just need... Yeah, Disorientation, whatever that is. The game doesn't really tell you what these, what these stats ailments do. You just kind of have to figure it out for yourself. Also, big props. Another reason why I like this game is because the dev does something cool with the magic. I've seen this in a few games. Not just in the jam, which is your mage character needs more than different flavors of the same attack. And that's exactly what happened here. Here's your standard, you know, attack with fire. Also, it has a chance to inflict a fire-specific ailment, so that's already good. But a lot of games stop right there. In fact, they don't even go that far. Sometimes, a lot of games that I played, it was Greater Flame was attack one enemy with fire damage, attack one enemy with wind damage, attack one enemy with water damage. And that's boring. That's super boring. So clearly this dev had a vision, right? So there are different elements, yes, but they all have different effects as well. So, inflict inflame, damage one enemy, inflict all enemies, inflict blast, and then attack random enemies, inflicting drench. Sure wish I knew what they did, but hey, there's something, which means that for every new tool that you get, your old tool still has its own use. That's good. And that's why I kind of wish like this game had better balancing. So when I say balancing, I don't mean like... It's kind of difficult to explain, but balancing in this case means that I want to be able to use all these skills. But I mean, you guys saw how I was going through all the regular random battles up to this point, right? The regular enemies. You just hold space to go through them. And I always felt like the regular enemies are especially for a game like this, they're supposed to be practice enemies for when you fight the boss. So for you to be able to just hold space to win against all these random enemies, I feel like that something went wrong in the balancing there. Especially because we just interacted with the gimmick of this dungeon, and apparently either the gimmick didn't work or what, because there were spike traps, there were levers, we didn't have to flip any of them. So I'm just like, what were we trying to do here? It might have been better to just make these dungeons shorter and then make the enemies harder. So that way I would have to start learning how to use all these other characters. I need a mage who casts physical damage skills. Well, then go play Etrian Odyssey 5, because that's exactly what's going on. That was close. That thing. Do you know what it was? No, I've never seen it before. Daniel's a little liar. Never. Alright, then we just move on. It appears the only way forward is down once again. Alright, cool. Liar hardly know. Hey, John Erico, welcome in. This place, we've almost made it. What do you mean, this place? How much do you actually know? Does it matter? It kinda does, actually. I thought this guy was sketchy before, but this is beyond suspicious. Yeah, he's hiding something. Obviously. Yeah, I agree. Even if he is, we can't afford to let that slow us down. We've gotten this far together. Arguing amongst ourselves will get us nowhere. Yeah, for all you know, we could be the last humans left on the earth. Fine. I at least trust you two. That's a lot more trust than you should probably afford. Considering that you literally just found me, 5 minutes ago? But if he tries anything... Empyrean Depths. Alright, back to camp. Probably would have been better just... This is a weird thing, I know, but... This is a really unsettling music. I love it. I love it a lot. I would have recommended putting the save point right here. Not the save point, the device that teleports us back right here, because think about atmosphere, right? You want something to settle. You want an uneasy tension to settle into the player. You know how to break that really quickly? By playing the unsettling music and then instantly teleporting out. You're just like, oh, that's just an afterthought. So, like, the music choice is great, but man, that immersion, it takes a lot to maintain immersion, and it doesn't take much at all to completely kill it. And that's what happened to me my first time through. Because I was like, ooh, yeah, any tension that I had in that scene was just gone right then and there. Yeah. Let's all stay safe, all right? Yeah. I wonder what's down there. Who knows? Alright, now we gotta get rid of all this. Still not even close to getting a better weapon, but hey. In fact, we don't even need armor, frankly. Light jacket, high agility, low protection. Okay. I appreciate that. Even though I have the high agility, I'm still not nearly as fast as Daniel here. In fact, how is our equipment? Oh, okay. Yeah, we have the gear that we have now. Wow, that is taking us very far. Slightly raises all stats. Huh. Okay. Slightly raises physical magic defense. Okay. It raises magic attack and magic defense. Huh. And then raises agility and luck. Huh, so with a little number tweaking, I can actually get Nova to attack first. But we don't really need to do that. Because, yeah, I've having no threats from these enemies so far. Which is fine, frankly. I'm a huge fan of slightly raises, and greatly raise. It's interesting because I haven't really played around with the mechanics of the stat changes. But it's always interesting to note that when you start, like, this is all starter equipment except for the weapons. So that means you have the capability of removing some of this stuff. And the stat changes here are so negligible, it kind of makes you wonder what's the point of even having this as an accessory. I think this would be a good opportunity to kind of learn more about the character without shoving it in our face. Memory locket? What do you mean memory locket? Does this mean it has a picture of somebody here? I don't know. Star amulet? I don't know. What's this about? Why does Agnes have that? Oh, yay! The slide puzzle. I forgot about this one. Fun times. Yeah. I think we have to... Oh, well, alright. Also, another detail that we should all appreciate is that the fact that the battle music is changing. Didn't have to do that, but you did, and I appreciate it. Whoa! Alright. That's not great. Oh, we start fighting angels? Did I not make the Shin Megami Tensei comparison? Yeah, you better believe we start fighting angels. I just have to remember what the gimmick of this dungeon was, and I just don't. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, why are the enemies placed so far down that the name is halfway cut off by the window skin? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, come on. You know what you're doing here, clearly. So why not just, like, move them up, like, half an inch? Too small resolution? I mean, a playtesting should make it very clear that that's just that. That's what makes me feel like there's some issues that were going on behind the scenes. You know, it kind of goes into what you were saying earlier about how the Vigistella damage indicator was not shown. Because I feel like these are very obvious mistakes that, yeah, feel like should not have... They should have been caught with a very simple playtest. But the fact that they weren't means that the dev was probably rushed and couldn't get this in until like the last minute. Or something. Maybe I'm giving the dev too much credit, but I'd rather that than call them lazy when it's not called for. Because clearly, anybody that is playing this game can tell, oh, the dev was going for something here. Like, you guys gotta understand, I've been wading through a lot of shitposts. And games that were very, like, cynically made. So, I would much rather play games like these, games that had cool ideas and it just fumbled in the execution, than obvious shitposts. Alright, yes, we gotta activate all the switches. Oh good, I'm glad the enemies respawn when you beat them. So if you want to grind for the M, then yeah, you can. I do think the dev play tested the game. We have not encountered any game-breaking bugs so far. That doesn't mean anything. Oh, already. We're already at the... Huh. There's a lot of stuff that I'm just missing in these dungeons. I definitely don't remember this happening last time. What's my playtime at? Oh wow, that's an hour. Shit. Got a lot further. Wow, I got a lot further in my own. Well, I guess that shouldn't surprise anybody that's been watching these streams, but yeah. Yeah, I think Liberty was right when she was talking about this. I think she was talking about this on the podcast. I can't remember where I heard it from, but yeah, the truth is, you really want to... I know judges are only required to play up to the first hour, but you really want to try and aim for like a 30-minute playtime. Especially if judges are streaming the process. Because sometimes they want to talk and sometimes they miss things. And yeah, it's just give them a lot more wiggle room. Because let's be real here. There's a lot to like about the battle system, right? There are many and varied skills for each of these characters that really feel like distinct units from each other. I definitely appreciate that. However, it is my opinion that you are not here for the battles. If you take the battles out entirely, what do you have? Well, you're not going to lose much, in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, I'm glad the battles are here, because it's just nice to be able to play as these characters. But this game is going to live and die based on its story. Not really the dungeons. The dungeon designs have neat ideas, but again, not really fleshed out. But yeah, this game's going to live or die on story, so I think more should have been done to flesh that out. I just don't think that was happening here. Who dares tread upon this holy ground? Ah, of course, it's you. It's always you. You know I'm not here to talk, Enoch. After all this time, you've still learned nothing. I see you brought allies as well. How unusual for you. Tell me, do they fight alongside you knowing what you have planned? Fuck off, who are you? So they indeed know nothing. You three who accompany this man, return from whence you came. There is naught you can accomplish. Oh, well, I mean, since you put it that way, sure, why not? Yeah, no, I'm gonna stay here. Give me a good reason why I should. I truly sympathize with your plight, but this is simply the natural order of things. Natural order? Just as any living being grows frail with age, so too does the world itself succumb to entropy. But this death should not be mourned, as it will give way to new life. Such is the immovable fate of this universe, as was the fate of all those that came before, and all those that are yet to be. So you're saying we should just give up? I'm not going to accept whatever this is. Not after everything we've been through, that I've been through. Ida draws her weapon. Ida, calm down. Yeah, no, we're going to fight. I'll do that with or without you. You. Enoch looks directly at you. You are not like them. You are from somewhere else. Somewhere outside. What could that mean? And you have lost your memory because you lost your nameplate. Yeah, stare back. Enoch points his sword at you. Whatever your purpose may be, I cannot allow you to pass. Know that I hold no ill will against you, but neither can I show mercy. This is my purpose. Ichor-soaked razor. Steal HP for one enemy. I like that. But we don't need that. Draw enemy attention to yourself. That's a weird skill to put in right at the very end, because you would think that someone like her, this would be one of her starting skills. But hey, whatever. Not that I'm going to complain. Why did I not heal? What? Everyone has a very specific amount of health that they're missing. Cool art. Oh yeah, this game. Yeah, you should have seen the rest of these monster designs. I love the monster designs in this game. Okay, might as well just start off with this basic skill set. Damage to all enemies, high crit rate. I'm liking that. But I feel like Oceanic Surge will still do more damage since it hits several times. And Fleetfoot, instantly escape battle. That's a completely useless skill because battles are so easy to get escape from. Or so easy to win. It's like, why would you ever want to do that? Steel Flurry, and then Shield Bash, because why not? You know what? Let's do the damage test. Does Trembling Earth actually do more? No. I mean, I'm pretty sure even with the high crit rate, that's not going to be enough. So, yeah. Oceanic Surge is still the boss killer. Get wrecked. And then we can just, yeah. Not exactly, like the boss fights would be the one time where you would really put in the effort to balance them, to make them interesting to fight, but especially for a story boss like that, but nope, apparently not. Has the end come for me as well? It matters not. Nothing you do will change the way of the world. I pity those you have deceived into allying with your foolish quest. Know this, for your actions you shall face divine retribution. Delta. Farewell. You are going to tell us exactly what's going on here. Perhaps we should return to the camp. We may have defeated him, but it still isn't safe here. Fine. I suppose you should know what it is we're getting into. The center of the manifold is where the new universe will be born. What's that supposed to mean? Haven't you figured it out yet? This world is dying. Nothing any of us can do will save it. What? The universe exists in an endless cycle. Once it has run its course, all its information is pulled into the manifold and reformed to create a new universe. And the ones who oversee the construction of reality, the 6 stars who govern the passage of time, they are known as a horologium. The horologium. I believe I've heard about them at the academy as well. The world is dying, just like that one game. I have no idea what you're talking about, John Erico. Nope. 6 supreme beings that oversee all. Ancient records mention contact with the earthly realm perhaps once every few hundred years. But no definitive proof of their existence has survived. So what? Are we supposed to fight the gods? They may be divinity, but they are not invincible. And I'm going to destroy them. Destroy them? But would that not snuff out the universe entirely? Not just our own, but any hope of a new universe would die as well. Hold on. You said the horologium only oversee creation. The manifold itself is what creates the universe. Maybe we could hijack it and fix our world. Would that even be possible? It's that one game where the world is dying, but also is theirs. God, I can't remember the name. I know, right? Very strange. It must be Dark Souls. I think you're thinking of Dark Souls. Yeah, because that's basically the whole premise of the game. But yeah. Even if it was, there's no point. The universe's death would simply be delayed. Your new worlds will still meet the same fate. That doesn't mean we shouldn't try. What? Do you want all of reality to just disappear? It's called Our Alien Planet, I think. Oh, that one, huh? Interesting. You're not serious, are you? Their expiring planet. Their aging Earth. Come on, you two are with me, right? I think perhaps we should leave things as they are. We're just humans. Do we truly have any right to interfere with the order of the universe? Maybe Enoch was right, that this is simply how things are meant to be. I can't accept that. These are powers beyond our understanding of control. We can't just change the way the world works simply because we don't like it. Unbelievable. You really want everything we've done to have been for nothing. I didn't say that. Then what are you saying? Daniel turns to you. You've been quiet. Do you have anything to say? I actually don't remember if this is where you make your choice here, but fuck it. For the devs' knowledge, the first time I went through this game, I chose we should fix this world. Because why not, right? It's our world, and I like living. But I also don't think I was able to beat the game because of it. What do you guys think? Should we fix the world? Should we let things run their course? Or should we be a coward and just say nothing? I actually don't remember if this is where... Yes, you have to align with one of these three. Because at this point, yeah, the three characters are now going to go their separate ways. So you have to align with one of them. I don't quite remember if this is where you make that choice. But yeah. Embrace the silent protagonist trope? Okay, fine. Really? Nothing? I'm going to the manifold. If any of you decide to stop bickering and join me, I'll be waiting. Hey, wait a minute. Get back here. Oh dear, I have a bad feeling about this. Ah, okay. Cool. So yeah, we can make our choice. So yeah, we did not make our choice yet. Alright, so while I'm checking out my gear, why don't you guys make your choice? Again, should we fix the world? What do you guys think we should do? Should we fix the world? Should we let things run its course? Or should we kill God? I still haven't been able to get the special weapon. Man, I don't think I have much time. That an option? Well, that's what Daniel wants to do. Daniel wants to kill the gods. So yeah, Daniel wants to kill the gods. Ida wants to hijack the manifold and fix our world. And then Agnes wants to just let things run its course. Because that's the flow of nature, and we are not the person. We are not the... we cannot interfere with nature. So yeah, guys, make your choice. Oh, look at that. Huh. Permanently increases max HP by 200. Wow, that's super cheap. Holy shit. Huh. Maybe we could actually survive the final boss after all. But man, I want that sword though. I really want that sword. So I'm just going to keep going like this. And then we're going to make our save right here. Then yeah. Head to the Empyrean Depths? Yeah, sure. With the gatekeeper vanished, the path to creation lies open. You who have journeyed through this plane of existence. You have seen much in your time here, but now that time is nearing its end. The myriad perspectives you have encountered, what do they mean to you? Is any one more right than the others? I would be more on board with this, but here's the big problem I have with this game. We didn't really get much of that on our way to the Empyrean. I would have liked to got to know the character's stances a little bit more. Because right now, the whole story was leading up to this one choice that we're about to make right here. But you're telling me, hey, what do you think about the perspectives? Well, I kind of wanted to get to know these characters a little bit better so that I can understand their perspectives and why they all think it's the right option. Granted, I understand why Daniel kept silent. But all we have now is just this one conversation that we had. We could have scrapped everything up to that point because it was mostly just bickering and arguing and being suspicious of Daniel. So, at a surface level, yeah, the story is alright. Like, it's presenting its themes in a way that, what's what I'm looking for? That will make you kind of question it, but I don't think it went hard enough to really make a lasting impact. Perhaps not. True objectivity is difficult, if not impossible, to grasp. But now you must make a choice. What sort of future do you believe in? Do you believe in any future? Show me the will you have been given. All right. What are we gonna do? I will mend this broken world. I will make sure this world runs its course. I refuse to make a decision. Interesting. Do you believe in life after love? Who knows? But is there any love to be found here? Alright. Make a choice, guys. For the devs' knowledge, I chose I will mend this broken world and got completely stomped at the final boss. Because holy shit, that was a difficulty spike. I got here late. Okay, so for those just joining us, the world is going to die. And we now have the choice to try and fix it. And there's no evil entity that's going to destroy the world. It's just the natural decay. Much like humans die when they get old, that same principle applies to the universe. So, do we play God and try to mend this broken world? Or do we let the world run its course? I actually don't know what refusing to make a decision does. There's 3 perspectives, but one of these doesn't look like an actual choice. Huh. Let the world burn? Well, that means I can do choice 2 or 3. Now let's be a fence sitter. Refusal to decide is itself a decision. Oftentimes, the consequences of inaction are more severe than those of action. But still, I shall respect your will. Now go. See your journey to its conclusion. Witness the end. It's the neutral route. And look at that. We can actually keep playing, even though we're being a fence sitter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think we just made the game way harder for ourselves. I'm pretty sure at this point you got to meet the route leader. But nobody's here, which means I'm not aligning with any route. Found bundle. Wait, what? Oh. At this point, I was fighting a boss of one of the routes. Does that mean nobody's going to be here either? Nobody's here. Ooh. Okay, now we're in uncharted territory because I didn't choose this, so I have no idea what we're about to find out. So we're all going to see this together. Halt, aberration. Ah, fuck. It's you guys. You are not of this world. Your mere presence interferes with the will of Providence. Why are you here? What is your goal? I don't know. I don't have a goal, or just stay silent. You cannot be allowed to exist in this universe. So long as you remain, the wheel of time cannot move forward. However, know that we bear you no ill will. Leave in peace, and there shall be no need for conflict. No. I am not only a fence sitter, I'm an aggressive fence sitter. No. Perhaps you misunderstood. This is not a request. Leave now. Fuck off. Fool. If you will not leave of your own accord, you will be removed by force. Fuck. Alright, oh. Whoa. I don't remember this one. Fully restores all allies MP. Costs 50% of your own HP. Okay, well, that's pretty neat. Steal one. Oh, that sucked. Arcane healing. Well, this is the price for defying Providence. The cycle must be maintained. Aberrations such as yourself shall not be tolerated. Your vision is growing dark. Everything is fading away. Consider this a warning. Do not return. Path 1 out of 4 complete. Well now. Oh. And so the cycle continues. Wait. Okay. Well now. Okay, yeah, let's go back and check out the other route. I actually have no idea what's going to happen if we say, let's be the fence setter and then let's just walk away. Because, I mean, I don't know what else we could possibly do at this point. Wait, what? Huh? Where did this come from? What changed? Did an invisible switch just get flipped? New choice appear? Well, yeah. Now that makes sense. Now we're allying with Daniel. Because this was Daniel's reason. If you want to make the SMT Nocturne reference. No, let's make a decision. Let's refuse to make a decision, and then let's just leave. What? Whoa. No cutscene? I'm getting more and more confused. Ow. Enough of this. Oh, well, and that's death. Huh. Let me try resetting and just seeing what's This is very weird. Because I would very much like to leave when he said I would. So I'm going to try and recreate my steps that I did before. So maybe something changed here. Nope. Interesting. Okay, well, huh. Maybe the presence of this file, of a clear file, is showing something else. Okay, let me try wiping that file out and just seeing what happens. This one was file number 12, right? I'm pretty sure that was number 12. All right. I don't think this is going to do anything, but hey, you never know, right? Okay, here's the last one. Because it could be that if it sees the existence of a clear file, maybe we're on like a permanent, like global new game plus. Nope. Okay, so if we're seeing this one, then it could be this. At this point, I'm just satisfying my own curiosity. So let's see if there's anything here that changed. If there was an extra file that was added somewhere. CGMZ. Global MZ. Interesting. If this actually is trying to play with the idea of new game plus. Oh, hold up. We're doing something here. I just started the game up and I selected new game. You have returned. If you wish to witness the next cycle, you must once again shape your identity. So the game knows that I'm on New Game Plus. Witness the end once again. We're starting at level 1. I do not keep any of my stuff, which understandable considering I'm technically starting a new file. I do like some Bravely Default. Yeah. I was about to say, like, hopefully it won't be as tedious, but... Okay, this is... I'm just gonna quickly speed through this, because... I mean, I'm trying not to speed through this too much, because I'm not sure... Now, the game knows that I'm on a separate cycle. So at this point, I'm keeping my eye out and just trying to make sure if there's anything different. Because if there is, then I have very mixed feelings on this. One, as a player, holy shit, this is awesome. Because wow, I love it when games start to like get a little bit too meta. Maybe this is where the game goes beyond expectations. Like, oh, we finished a route. Oh, but we're starting over again. Oh, now the game knows we're on cycle number 2. Maybe there's a true ending if we go through all the routes. Maybe that's why the game is super easy and short. On the other hand, though, as a judge, this pisses me off so much because I want to see the story to its conclusion. And it took me an hour just to get to one route's conclusion. I'm like, my guy, Dev, like, I hate that because I feel like I'm judging an incomplete product. And yeah, it's really not really disappointing, but it's frustrating because I want to judge the game on its own merits. If this game really is as excellent as I'm thinking it could be, because if the game knows exactly what it's doing, then my praises for this game is going to skyrocket. But fuck, man. Like, I wouldn't have gotten this far as a judge. Where I died on that boss fight, that's pretty much as far as I got when I played it. But man, it's just... Ugh. Oh! There it is! Yes, I remember. He's always like that. Quite frankly, I can't stand him. He deserves some credit for helping us navigate through the manifold, but... Manifold. Wait, you actually don't... Okay, yeah, wait, why am I acting like I don't know here? I just told him I know. Say nothing. You really don't know. But simply the manifold is. It's how we're going to bring back the stars. Da, da, da. About time you got here. I was about to head in without you. What happens if I say no? Just out of curiosity. Whoa! You cannot run from this. It says yes. Hope you don't regret this decision later. I didn't really have a choice. Hey, you. I'm not here to make small talk. If you're ready to go, let's go. Come on, buddy. You know what? You know this is not my first time through. Yeah. Okay, so look at that. It saved all my shortcuts. I was wondering why they would let me have shortcuts with such a linear dungeon progression. But you saved them. You actually saved all the shortcuts. I kind of wish you saved my levels too, because, yeah, this part's going to get really tedious. Actually, you know what? Because these enemies are super easy, maybe I can avoid and just fight the bosses. I love meta-narrative. Instantly makes me interested. I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's better when it feels like the game is aware without you breaking the fourth wall too much. Yeah, same here. Hey, guess what, guys? I think we found the beyond expectations part of this game. Yeah, there were a few games that took that route, so you should definitely give some other games in this jam a shot. Let me just fight some like tough guys that I know that I'll need, because like at the very least I need the AoE attacks. You know, it's strange. I did have another game that I wanted to play, but suddenly this just piqued my interest by a lot. Because now I'm just like, wait, hang on. There's something more to this. Like, I know I shouted this out because I didn't think that... like, I didn't think that most people would play this game because of its terrible marketing. But I thought that there was something cool about this when I played it. It was like, okay, yeah, this dev's got some heart. It's got some good ideas. And even I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. We're going further than even I thought. Like, I said this game had more to it than just what you see on a surface level. Not even I knew this. The hidden layers that you have to peel back. Dragon Quest XI did something like this. A lot of games do something like this. That doesn't make this game unoriginal. It just means that, you know, it just makes me more interested in it. All right, I'm just gonna skip some of these fights because I don't need to fight everything. Okay, I was wondering what that guy's deal was. I wasn't sure why he was just sitting there not doing anything. But then the question becomes, like, the dev knows that judges only had an hour to play this game, right? So it's one of those things is like, man, there's no way that devs would have implemented this much into the game knowing full well the devs will never get to it. Alright, I'm just going to fight this boss, and then I'm probably going to stop here, because I don't want to go through this all again, because I want, again, this game more than the others, I want you guys to experience for yourself. I'll probably keep up with this one after stream, but yeah, this game's got some... Yeah, you're going somewhere with this, Dev. All right. I believe not everyone read the rule for the jam. Oh, I don't think... I think they read the rules. Some devs were very... they did not care about the hour limit. Axel's Quest, that's one example. Like, that game just completely blew past the hour limit. You know, I said it myself, too, on a couple of streams, where it's like, hey, make your game... not like this statistically, you're not going to win, right? So the eyes on, all the different eyes on your game, I think that's the bigger prize, because now you've given people more of an excuse to take a look at what you've got, and that is how you're going to get people. Souls, their memories, all the information a person has secured over the course of their life. Does that include me? It all. Why didn't you say this earlier? Never mind, it's not important. Let's keep moving. Probably because a lot of games didn't make a jam game and just posted the game they were making. That sucks, if that's the case. Ocean's Roses took me about 4 hours to beat. Hey, Rubeskin, welcome in. How you doing? That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that game took me forever to get, and there's no way I got even close to the end for that. Oh, fuck. All right. I wanted to crack a joke again, but all right, sure. Mission from above is flowing down here. The things you called souls. Ah, yeah. So Daniel also did that. So Daniel is also aware that this is multiple cycles. That's why he knows all this, is because he remembers. Kind of weird how Agnes and Ida don't know either. Okay, doesn't look like there was any changes here. Again, really wish I could have kept my my money. But technically speaking, this is not New Game Plus. This is just New Game. We are in a new game with a different cycle. So, let me just make my way through here. You know, it almost makes me question what I said earlier about how these guys should be... event touch instead of player touch, because now that I know that this dev is thinking meta, it makes me wonder, like, hey, are these guys actually not hostile? And we're just dicks by running into them? Look at that. The puzzle was already solved. Yeah, much like the others. Still don't know why this is not happening. Yeah, I still can't mess with that switch. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's much else. So, I'm going to go ahead and save here. And I will probably pick this back up later. Because, yeah, now I'm intrigued. Now this game has caught my attention again. So, the stars are gone. That's what this game was. I'm going to go ahead and double down on my shout out for this game. And I would go so far as to even say this might be a hidden gem. Emphasis on the hidden, because good lord, you are not getting much from this game page. Yeah, which I think is a marketing failure. I get the meta narrative, but you can advertise your game in such a way that you can still keep the meta narrative hidden. So, okay, well, good job on this one, devs. I hope the game follows through on the promises that you've made at the start. I really do. So with that being said, let's move on to our next game for today. And our last one. This one I'm not too worried about going overtime for, because you're going to get pretty much the whole experience pretty quickly. So, this one is... Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. I'm stalling. No, I'm not. I'm just... There we go. This one is SoldierSlain. Now, this one stood out to me because of the art, much like The Stars Are Gone. So while The Stars Are Gone had a very, had a very dark and very, not mysterious, evocative look to it, you're going to find out very quickly what makes SoldierSlain stick out. Oh, huh. Why is credits not indented like the other ones are? But alright, sure, whatever. So let's go ahead and get started with this one. Also, think for a second. There's a very... You guys are noticing the very stark contrast, right? A silhouetted monster with an evil eye and blood. What looks like blood in the background. Either blood or flames. Like, I'm looking at this and they remind me of red blood cells. But you're also hearing a very funky theme playing in the background. Kind of makes you wonder, what kind of tone is this game going for? Well, let's find out. That is loud. Hang on a minute. Okay, I think that's better. How's the music on your end now, guys? Is it better? Yeah. Welcome to Tlacuaza. Tlacuaza. I can pronounce words. City of the Sun. My parents fought in a grave war against one of the gods to claim this land for our own. So you've got people like them to thank for living in such a neat place. Oh, I think I know which one this is. Yeah. To follow in their footsteps, at age 21, I decided to become a beast hunter. I think I did pretty well during my training, but if I really want to prove myself, though, I'll have to get accepted into the Beast Hunters tournament for the ceremony of the Quetzalcoatl. Show people that I mean business. There's an all-you-can-eat buffet and music performances and... Okay, I haven't actually been to any of them. But it's only because I want to actually be part of the competition and come out as a victor before I even set foot at one of those. Really exceed the crowd and Quetzalcoatl's expectations, you know? Yep, that's the one. Saw a few people playing it. Yeah. Well then, how about this? Alright, this is where you prove yourself to everyone. You've got the beast right where you want it. Now all you gotta do is hunt it down! Roar! The roar was so loud that the text cut off right there. I think maybe the beast's mic peaked. Ah! And so did her. Alright. Okay, well, we got no skills, so all we can do is just attack. Whoops. Sure do love missing in these kinds of games. Especially in a one-on-one fight when it's very, very likely I'm going to die. But hey, I guess that's the way we have these potions. Yeah, I won't risk that. Holy shit. Okay, we gotta finish this now. Great. Oh, I'm not dead. How did... Wow. Huh. Yeah, that didn't happen when I first played this game. Okay, well, you cannot lose this fight. Good to know. Good to know that I just wasted that healing potion. Now's my chance. Come here. Time to finish it. And... Haha. Nope. That was awesome. I love that like setup. And it's like, oh, you're gonna kill him? Gonna finish him off? Nope. We're just friends now. Oh, that's great. Oh my God, it's my first successful hunt. Whew, okay, let's get back to town and show the world how dope we are. I'm of two minds about this. One, holy shit, she talks like she's from this century. When clearly she's like from an Aztec-inspired, like, what is it, Mesoamerican style get-up. So clearly this is not modern dialogue. But at the same time, look at these monster designs. And look how goofy the cartoon style is. Clearly you are not meant to take this too seriously. You're just here to have a fun time. I really wish the tile set leaned more into its art style. You know what? I get that. Yeah, sometimes you can't help it. I think it's fine the way that it is right now. I don't think it's intrusive. I get what you're saying, though. But honestly, when I'm looking at cutscenes like this, I'm looking at the character art, not really the environments. And especially considering all the different custom art that we've seen. Like, at this point, right now, already. I think that's pretty impressive. It's one of those things where the dev has to make the decision as to what they want to focus on. And for a jam game, I don't think... I think it's unreasonable to expect everything to be as fleshed out as it would be for like a multi-year long project. If this project continues, I'd like to see that change myself. Yeah, I would too. But I think this is fine for what it is. I mean, come on. Look at that. The tiger is emoting. Real life emoticons. Again, you can't take this too seriously. I do appreciate that you set that tone up like right away. You know, because sometimes it can be difficult to really try and when you try to take yourself so seriously that small little mistakes or small little breaks in the what's the word I'm looking for? Small breaks in the tone can come across as jarring, but you're just playing your hand right away. Be like, nah, just kick back, relax, and have some fun. Speaking of having fun, I'm going to have a lot more fun if I don't die. Snarl. Oh, right. I'm actually pretty new to this whole Beast Hunter thing. Hey, listen up, Jamanguar. So remember what I said earlier during the Stars Are Gone? Whereas dialogue is dialogue is information filtered through the character's personality. Yeah, this is it right here. Oh, right. I'm actually pretty new to this whole Beast Hunter thing. That's personality. Hey, listen up. I'm assuming that's what this guy is. Like, that's personality. There's character to this dialogue here. Just follow my lead, okay, big guy? Jamanguar nods and gives Etzli a determined look. Okay, just beat the shit out of it. Got it. Also, I do appreciate the small little camera movements that you're showing here. I'm getting more and more annoyed at the missing, though. Really don't need that. Jamanguar, heal. We've weakened the beast enough for it to show mercy. Now the question becomes, do I want to try and recruit this little guy? Other beast hunters will respect me for having a few beasts under my command. But also, these guys are known to drop star beans, which I am running low on. Decisions. If only I knew what star beans were. But hey, I'm more interested in party members right now, so... yeah. Sure, the more the merrier. Classic Nova missing 90% of hits. That's not my fault! I don't want to miss hits! Okay, so now we have our party member. Which way do we go? Which way do we go? So yeah, I was immediately taken in by this game's tone and art style. So, Christ, that is loud. Alright. There we go. Alright, maybe I can hear myself talk now. Alright, let's go. So yeah, this is how you fight. You beat them to death, and then when they beg for their lives, you know, you get to play God. You get to act like you know more than anyone else. That being said, I am on the verge of death here, so... some god I'm playing right now. Yep, kill. Alright, let me just go ahead and kill this guy, and then I will show you what is, in my opinion, one of the biggest drawbacks of this game. Bro, you're dead. Come on. There you go. Alright, get in my party. Okay, so are we going to do the SMT thing? We're going to build up a nice party. Alright, cool. So then, we finish you off. Okay, let's get you in. Oh, no. Looks like I got a little carried away. I can only keep a hold of 3 beasts at a time. I'm going to have to drop one in order to keep you. Well then. Okay, that means out of all the monsters that we've dealt with now, in this monster collecting game, we are now punished for trying to collect monsters. Does anybody else see the problem here? Also, okay, there we go. I kind of wish I knew the name of this monster, because with all the monsters that we're going to be pulling into our party, I want to make sure that I accidentally didn't want to overwrite one that I already had. So I just kind of wish like the name of this monster was displaying while I make my decision. That might be all of them. The city should be a straight shot taking this road. Here it is, the sunlit city of Tlaquanza. Everything I could ever need, right here in this very place. Though, I was promised a crowd for when I got back. The heck did they go? Did you hear? The Fireball Warrior's returned, and he's about to get a super rare beast from the city's important salesman. We should go take a look-sees. Huh? Wait. Oh. Oh, no. What could she be oh-knowing about? Okay, 70 star beans for this schmithical schmeacher. You drive a hard bargain, kid. Can't we at least settle on 80 if I throw in the saddle? Very well, deal. A fair price for a beast fit for a true hero. Hello, I'm Tlakalil, and you are in my way. Move now. This person looks like he's hopped up on something. Is this some kind of well, alright. Auto advance. Ah, what's your damage? Jesus Christ. What's your damage, bro? The last thing I expected to hear from a setting like this. Again, it's just a silly little romp. And yes, I am still a little bit bitter that, you know, I may be projecting a little bit since, yeah, Prayer of the Faithless also got slammed by dialogue like this. I like the mixing of Aztec and Gen Z lingo. I know. Was it Gen Z? I don't think that's Gen Z. I remember us saying, what's your damage when I was in high school? I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. I, the Fireball Warrior, have acquired my noble steed and newest recruit. I don't know if it's because of the font, but sometimes it looks like some of these letters don't have spaces next to them. Like noble steed almost looks like one word. One word. Acquired my also almost looks like one word. My friends, shower, with a capital S, me in applause if you are eager to see what potential awaits within this beast of mine. In the name of the Quetzalcoatl. What is happening right now? You mind telling me what the hell that was all about, Ichtaka? Oh, come on, Esley. We've been over this. I do not reserve my imports. First come, first served. Not the llama twit. That guy. Why's my crowd all over him? Who even was that? Oh, right. He's been the talk of the town ever since the last ceremony. Hyping himself up as the newest hero of the beasts. Or whatever. I think people just like his energy. And for me, he's an easy target to squeeze money out of. Yeah, sucker. Maybe if you're so hung up on Mr. Hero over there, you ought to try out for that competition coming up in a few days. That's exactly what I had in mind. I have to prove to myself that I can be as tough as my parents were for me. Yeah, that's great, that's great. Listen, if you want to buy any of my special beasts, you'll have to wait till I get more inventory. Come back tomorrow around Hey! Exector. I can English. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Come back tomorrow around sundown and I'll have something for you if you're the first one here. For now, though, why not take a load off at the bathhouse up ahead? I mean, you say up ahead, but you don't really give me a lot of orientation. And this city is fairly large. I'm assuming this is what you mean. Yeah, here we go. Hey, Atzi, check out what I finally got. Oh, wow. It seems your beast hunting is finally paying off. Do you plan on training for the next competition? You bet. There's too many problems in my way right now, and I know winning at the ceremony's tourney is the only way to take care of it all. Should be them all. That is very brave of you, Etzli, I must say. Well, if you ever require my pool or wares, as with all the warriors here, I shall grant you full access. Period tilde. Are you making a noise after completing your sentence? Here, a free potion on me. Received potion. Yeah. A refreshing dip. All HP MP has been restored. I like the small little detail of the water getting louder when you actually jump in. Didn't have to do that, but you did. Okay, now where do we go? And unfortunately, this was I think this is the part where you're supposed to like step in and get acquainted with everybody in town. But as a judge, I would appreciate being told where to go next, because then that would leave it up to me to decide, hey, do I want to explore or do I want to use my time to get a move on? Etzli, you've... That's right, Grandma. It finally happened. My gods, you have gotten taller. And you're so beautiful. Reminds me of when I was your age. Let me tell ya, hoo boy, when Granny was your age, did she get around, let me tell ya. Your father would kill me for saying this. But have I told you about the time Great. Yep. Yep, I remember, Grandma. That's great. Really great. Hey, look. I finally had a successful beast hunt. Ah, yes. Well, you should have just opened with that. Look at you now, my Esley finally chasing her dreams like she's always dreamed of. I can English. Why can I not read today? Jesus. Those star beans of yours. Those should do it. Speak to me whenever you wish to donate star beans to the gods. Wait. No period there. Speak to me whenever you wish to donate star beans to the gods. In return, your beasts may learn a helpful skill. Oh, sick. So you can give me some upgrades then. For a price. You already know the give and take relationship we share with the heavens. Sure, I do. Cool. Thank you, Grandma. So how many star beans do I have? I think these are supposed to be star beans. Though you really should have changed the icon for this. Because, yeah, that's... When I think star beans, I definitely don't think gold ingots. But alright, sure. It's done. Enjoy your new untapped potential. Oh, and don't forget to equip them in the skill menu. Thank you, Grandma. So, that's what Beast Mana is all about. So, we have skill points. We have 50 skill points, so what are we going to use? This is a pretty in-depth skill tree, isn't it? Man, imagine how strong your beast can get when you get all the way to the very end. Oh, but wait. I was going to say, ooh, level 8? These level requirements are pretty low. But alright, sure. Let's take a check here. 50 attack, 30 magic attack. Say no more, fam. We'll build you up to be the physical character. Physical earth damage. Got it. Yeah, so just don't do magic damage. I wish Grandma could join your party. Once you learn about how this game works, I don't think you want that. Just gonna say that right now. Oh yeah, let's get everybody else learning some skills too. Okay, attack 32, magic attack 33. This doesn't look like you have a very prominent stat. What about you? 2018. You kind of suck. I don't know if I want to spend Beast Mana on you. You know, treacherous travelers with iron to toss form the beast from remains of the boss. For when it takes shape to reanimate, you will no longer know loss. I think you forgot to rhyme one word there. And I'm fairly certain that I actually never made use of that room in my time with the game because I was too busy trying to fight. Trying to keep up constantly. Oh, there we go. I would be wise to check out the town before heading to bed. Yeah, I was trying to keep up with the ever-changing environments. And as we go through the game, I'm pretty sure you guys will figure out why. What I meant by that. You there. You're that new hunter that went out for the Jamanaguar, right? Well, I think I pronounced it like 3 different ways in this entire playthrough so far. Step up over here. There's something we must discuss. Oh, I see you have successfully managed to hunt down some beasts this time around. Well, in that case, well done. If you plan on participating in the next tournament for the ceremony of Quetzalcoatl, meet with the other soldiers at the city gates to set out on your next hunt. You still have plenty of training to be done. You are officially recognized as part of the Beast Hunting Guild. Welcome aboard, Esli. Jesus Christ, that's loud. Wow. All right. Yeah, that's... You can tell that I didn't play this game with headphones my first time through. Because, man, we barely hear it? Are you serious? Wait, hang on. You guys are not hearing this? How about now? Really? How about, yeah, okay. How about now? Okay, now we hear music? Wow. Okay, I think I turned it too low. Okay. Finally, I'm an official beast hunter. Well then, you know what? You're welcome, because I just spared you guys that massive music effect. Finally, I'm an official beast hunter. I'm going to head home and get some shut-eye to get started with training for that tournament ASAP. You hear that, jerkwad from the market? Oh, that's tech noise? Never would have known. I'm sorry. Alright, okay, hang on. In that case... Yeah, alright, there we go. Oh god, yeah, that's gonna be way too loud for me. I usually can't hear the game when streamers are playing. Well, I'm trying to be something better. Okay, yes, it does have text noise. It's not nearly as bad as it may sound. Because often there's actually very little in terms of dialogue once the game proper gets started. Esli, it appears you have begun your beast hunter journey. Well, I won't keep you waiting. If you ever need weapons, armor, or even want something custom made, my door is open to you. Really? Sweet. Thanks, Quetzalcoatl. It's the least I could do to help you get ready for that competition coming up. In fact, I can hand you this shield I just got done making. It's yours now. Nice. This art is awesome. It absolutely is. Oh no, I already have a shield. Okay, well, now things get a little bit dicey. And you guys are gonna find out once we get started for real. Hey. So the problem with no nameplate is that it's kind of hard to tell who's talking. I think Esli is talking here, but because I know this game does fully colored portraits when they show who's talking or not. But this character is so dimmed out that, well, I don't know if that's how they naturally look or if they're just dimmed out here. Ah, there we go. So now we know. Hey. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Holy freaking crap! You caught a beast? I can tell how excited you are based on the portrait here. The art in this game is pretty good. Yes, I think so too. And it's probably, in my opinion, the biggest selling point. Yep. Like, you actually caught one. Like, by yourself. All by myself. Did exactly what you said, and here I am. Looks like all that advice paid off. I literally just told you all you had to do was not kill them. But I'm glad you listened. You pulled such a fantastic specimen. I would have joined you if I knew you were going out. Yes, and I literally told you that today was my last shot at becoming an actual hunter. But like always, you're too busy staring at that orb in here all day. Do not diss the orb, woman. The dialogue's not so sure. I mean, it played its hand pretty quickly early on. Like, at this, I mean, there's no accounting for taste, right? like some people are going to jive with it, some people aren't. But like as early as the first 30 seconds, this game kind of plays its hand. So, you know, there isn't really much you can say that's like, hey, this dialogue is just objectively bad, because that's just the kind of lingo that it is. At least it's consistent. You know? I mean, I don't want to like, this is not a diss on the art, but when you look at a face like this and the proportions, the way that they are, if they suddenly started, if they started speaking, what's the word I'm looking for? If they started speaking in a very serious manner, I think that would be even more jarring. Because this is a very nice blend of colorful, vibrant, and cartoony. And I feel like straight dialogue, and by straight dialogue, I mean dialogue without all the silliness, I feel like that would detract from the game. I like that it's a bit silly. It's more than a bit silly. I mean, also, listen to this music. And actually listen to it now that I can boost the music level. Like, come on. You're not taking a scene seriously with music like this. I think it all blends together nicely, in my opinion. Regardless, congrats. This is likely to be the start of a very, very exciting career, knowing what you're capable of. Do you mind if I give you a few pointers? You serious? Because right now I'm itching to get together a team and take on that competition at the festival. I'll need all the help I can get. Well, fun fact, I've already assembled the team. So what's the point of assembling more teams? Just come chat with me about them. I might not be hunter material, but I know everything there is to know about them. I think the dialogues don't match with the vibe of the game. What? Have you played this game? Just out of curiosity. Because this is my second time I played this game, and knowing what's up ahead, no, I think it matches just fine. Okay, well, if you think the dialogues don't match the vibe of the game, then my next question is, what do you think the vibe of the game is? Because I think the vibe of the game is very laid back and silly. So that would mean that the dialogue perfectly matches the vibe. So if you disagree with that, then what vibe do you think this game has? Gotcha. Oh, and your mom says hello. Maybe you should come out of the cave and say it back sometime. Just saying. Many thankings for the information. I will consider. But you know the deal. Recruit more beasts, because I want to see them. So you're actively telling me to go recruit more beasts. Well, I mean, as we saw on our way here, if we recruit more beasts, that means we have to get rid of other beasts, because we cannot have more than three other party members. I don't know about that right now. Also, there's a morality check. My Orb maze on commercial break right now. What's up? Allow me to check on your current moral code. You've got a good balance fit for a warrior right now. Keep it up. Interesting. So what does the moral code mean? Now, Esley, I'm glad you've managed to get some beasts of your own, but don't forget what I told you about them. Wait, hang on. The audio levels are out of whack again. All right, there we go. All right, is this better? Let me boost up my voice volume. These mythical beasts have a strong sense of karma, and soldiers like you are no exception to who they will sniff out. How's the audio right now, guys? Are you hearing Are you hearing the crushed, like you heard earlier? Or are we still? Have I reverted, or is this actually something decent? Little too loud compared to the audio. What, are you saying I'm a little too loud compared to the audio, or what's going on? A little too loud compared to the audio. What, are you saying I'm a little too loud compared to the audio, or what's going on? I gotcha. Yeah, I'm hearing it back now. I gotcha. Yeah, I'm hearing it back now. Okay, yeah, because it's hard for me to gauge because I'm not hearing the music. I'm not hearing the game audio as you guys are hearing it. I've got my own setting that I'm listening to right now. Bro said ASMR. I'm not saying ASMR. No ASMR here. There is no ASMR. I swear I will fart on the stream. That means I can kill the ASMR vibe. Okay, these mythical beasts have a strong sense of karma, and soldiers like you are no exception to who they sniff out. Fart on stream, call it ASMR. Christ. Keeping around beasts you enjoy is one thing, but if you end up slaying more beasts than you end up sparing, you'll never be able to get a hold of any because they'll flee away before you even get the chance to do anything. So let me get this straight. If I keep killing beasts, I will not be able to recruit more. Which means I need to recruit more beasts in order to maintain my karmic balance. But in order to do that, I have to throw away some of my party members. Does anyone else see any issue with this? Because I do. At the same time, though, these beasts take advantage of kindness. If you end up sparing too many beasts, they might end up seeing you as an easy target. You want to keep a good balance of sparing and slaying. Otherwise, the gods may end up turning your career into a chore. Like, be sure to respect the circle of life and all that, you know? Just store them on the box PC. Yeah, if only there was a PC. Go to sleep and begin the next day? Yeah, sure. God damn, that's loud. Oh, that's super loud. Okay, did you guys... Was it as loud for you guys as it was for me? Oh, yeah, I had to keep switching back and forth. Was fine for us? It was not fine for me. Boy, that was really loud. Yeah. Okay, quick question to the dev. Why are you restricting so many files? This already... that already annoys me as a judge. Because... as a judge, I want to make sure I want to be able to go back to different parts of the game in case I need to do a double check on something when I'm doing my write-ups and when I'm doing my my reviews. And you're just making it much harder for me to do that here. As a player, that also infuriates me because if I have a party wipe, I can't go back and check out some of my other monsters. This is a game with a strict time limit. So rather than having to play the whole game over again, I feel like it would be better if I could just make saves at the beginning of different days. Which it seems like you want me to do because you're bringing up the save screen here. But maybe I want to try out a different party, you know? Maybe I'll make a save and then shake up my party and just see what happens. Especially once I learn about how badly this game can punish you for screw-ups. And you're about to find out what I mean. So remember, we have 3 days before the competition is over. Before the competition starts. So, what can that mean here? Wow, that's loud. That's another loud one. Man, I am glad I decided I didn't wear headphones for this because, man, if I did, I probably would have rated the polish way lower than I ended up rating it. Because, man, this is some real inconsistency. So, which path will you take? Holy shit, there are a lot of choices here. Which means that you are not going to, because there are only 3 days before the competition, you are not going to be able to check everything out. Okay, fair enough. But, so where do you go? Well, we've already been to the jungle, so let's go to the river. Okay, easy, standard, treacherous. Okay, well, we first started this. We're at the very start of our adventure, so let's go with easy. May the gods be on your side, Beast Hunter. Okay, now here's something pretty neat that I like in theory. I'm sorry, this music is too loud. I have to bump it down. There we go. Alright, in theory I like. So this blue flame here. Praying at a shrine has granted a boony I've never heard it. I've never heard it spelled boon with an E before. It's always boon, B-O-O-N, to aid Esli on her journey. Defense boon, 15% defense increase, 15% magic defense increase, 25% agility decrease. Jesus Christ, that is a massive nerf compared to the buff that we get here. For the dev's knowledge, every time I chose this flame and gained a boon, no, you don't control which boon you get. Every time you choose this, I always get wiped. Either I lose somebody or Esli dies. Every time I ignore the boon, I always manage to make it through just fine. Now, I don't know enough about this game to understand how all the stats work behind the scenes. I've got my thoughts. But just know that 100% of the time, choosing a boon made my life worse. So, that's a pretty good foreshadow as to what we're about to head into. Look at these amazing monster designs. If the dev did all this art themselves, they need to be doing commissions. Whoa, hey, Riggy! Thank you so much for the raid. How you guys doing? What were you all up to? Like, if the dev is not taking commissions for monster designs, something has gone horribly wrong. Yes, the competition still has not ended for me because I'm still doing judges' highlights. Admittedly, we're almost done, but yeah, we are just going through a couple more games. We just finished The Stars Are Gone, and now we're doing SoldierSlain. Keep cooking. So many good games. Agreed. So, we'll just go ahead and finish these guys off. So, it's already, in my opinion, it's already pretty bad that we have to get rid of one of our monsters, right? You know what's even worse? I have no idea what these guys are capable of until I recruit them. Until I throw one of my monsters away. So I could have a very good team set up. I just need to level them up more. But if I come across a potentially better monster here, not going to know. Alright, so I'm just going to keep attacking. Awesome. I love missing. That was some pitiful damage. Alright. Let's do double attack, because I forgot about that. Bruh. Well. Alrighty then. Oh, don't feel too bad. Because, if I remember correctly, there's no way to bring back these guys. So I might as well recruit and then just... Good lord, that's loud. Please tell me you guys heard that one at least. Awesome! And I lost my other guy too. Alright, I'm going to recruit. It was fine by us. Oh yeah? Well, you know what? Next time this happens, I'm just going to put I'm just going to put my headphones on the microphone. You guys maybe get to listen to what I have to listen to. Okay, so guess what? I just lost half my team in that one fight. Boy, aren't I glad I didn't use any beast mana on these guys? And aren't I glad I didn't equip... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Aren't I glad I didn't equip anything on these guys? Because guess what? All those beast mana are those... the equipment that you put on these guys? Gone. And that's when it hit me. this is not a monster collecting game. This is a roguelike. And that made me understand how to interface with this game a hell of a lot more. Also, okay, I guess for those that are ads are playing right now, but hey, for those that, I guess for the dev and for anyone watching the VOD. Yeah, so the problem is that up until this point, the game made me believe that this was going to be a monster collecting game. Because with the need to use a bunch of resources like beast mana, and with all these high level skills that you need to, yeah, you have to be at level 8, skill point 35. The likelihood of monsters getting that far in their level is so little. Because guess what? These guys all join at level 1. So I understand. Once you understand this from a roguelike's perspective, suddenly this makes a lot more sense. You know what it also means? I am incredibly, heavily, unbelievably discouraged from building up my monsters. I don't know if I'm into that idea. If I'm into that idea, I'd have to let it cook because I understand the want for permadeath. It's why so many people like Nuzlocke. Yeah. So I don't have a problem with permadeath. I really don't. But the problem is the game made me think otherwise. Because you can give equipment to these monsters, because there's so many different monsters, and the fact that they all start at level 1, that I don't think these systems come together to form a coherent experience. You are, up till this point, you are led to believe that you want to recruit more powerful monsters. Okay, fair enough. Maybe it could have been communicated better. It absolutely could have, and it should have. Obviously, things could be better, but I think the key word there is not could. It should have. Because this entire time, I'm like, oh, I need to build up a strong team. Well, you know what I want to do when I lose a monster? I want to reset. But with the game only having 3 files, that makes it very difficult. But hey, let's keep going. Like, look at that. Look at that. This is cool. These monster designs are so cool. Stop being so cool. I really want you to stop being so cool because now I want to recruit some of these monsters, but I can't. And I'm super disappointed in that. I think that's the point then. Minimize save scumming. Well, you know what I'm going to do instead, John Erico? Because I can save everywhere. You know what I'm encouraged to do as a player? Let me show you. Oh, look. I already lost another one. Okay, might as well recruit you. Okay, so guess what? I just lost a monster that I kind of liked. So you know what I'm going to do now? Whoops. Oh, fuck, I forgot to save. Oh, well. I think that's close enough. Yay, cool. This is one of my earlier saves. Guess what? I just did that. Now I just lost a whole bunch of progress because I wanted to keep my monster. And you know what? That's only going to get worse as you progress through the game, as your monsters get stronger. The idea of losing one of them is not going to make me want to fail forward. It's going to make me want to reset to my earlier save point, which is just going to be made harder because of the low file count. So just for... Whoops. Okay, well, fine. Oh, look at that. It's a random one. Well, good. Like, that's the point. Oh, look at that. I got a pure boost in this boom. Well, if that's the point, then great. Then I hope other people who enjoy that kind of game have fun with this. But I don't think it worked well. I just don't. Sadly. I'm just saying I kind of get the angle. I, in fact, kind of dig it. I'm at like a 75%. I dig it too. I dig it in theory. I just don't think it works well in practice. Especially, like, I think it would work just fine. Like, there's not normally... whoops, I didn't mean to actually slide. Did my finishing blow just miss? Okay. Anyway, my point is... My point is, there's not one single fix that I feel like I can make about this game that would suddenly magically fix it. Simply because... I forgot to put my headphones up to the mic. Yeah, hit that nothing. Let's go. Anyway. But my point is, who would do that? Like, maybe I'm just not the right player for these kinds of games. Because if I have, especially considering how hard I had to work to get there, considering the limited amount of time that I have, losing a monster is not going to make me want to fail forward. It's just going to make me want to reset. And I don't find that fun. I find that frustrating. Like, you ever get like 50 hours into a game and then just decide randomly, okay, I'm just going to delete my save file and do all that again. Because that's what I feel like this kind of system is encouraging. If I had more time before the competition to recover from a loss, that would be one thing. Oh, my mana mutt's just dead. All right. Remember, as a judge, I only have an hour with this, which means I can't really afford to. Where is it? I'm gonna remember to put that up. You know what? Here it is. Ah, true. You have the competition ahead, which kind of sucks. Yeah. So again, if I had more time, that would be one thing. Okay, you guys can hear this, right? I have my headphones right up on the mic. Okay, so you hear that music? Okay. And then... How about that? You guys hear that? Actually, wait. Okay, I can turn off the desktop audio. Sad and normal, I'm so sorry. Well, you're weird. You guys gotta fix your ears. That's all I've gotta say. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, great. That's the other thing we accidentally screwed up. So, I guess when you cancel out of the choice menu, it goes with option number 2, which means you may unintentionally, if you panicked and wanted to back out from recruiting and wanted to change your mind and slay the monster, guess what? You just threw away your party member number 2. Yeah. And remember, you only have 3 save files, which means that you're probably not going to be saving too much or saving every other step. But if you want to, depending on where you want to leave your bookmarks, that's a lot of work that you have to undo. Now, thankfully, I didn't do that here. Remember, these things... So, you're not wrong, John Erico, in that the idea of permadeath is a good one. And in fact, I kind of like it too. You know, I'm a Fire Emblem fan. How can I not be on board with permadeath? I'm a classic Fire Emblem fan. How could I not be on board with permadeath? But these design decisions don't happen in a bubble. You have to take into account the entire game when you decide to put in these kinds of mechanics. And I just don't think that the permadeath works with a fixed deadline. And when, as a judge, I only have an hour, which means I cannot afford to go back and try to recover my losses. Now, I think the game does give me somewhat of a leeway, because I think, yeah, at dusk. So if you make it to the end of a dungeon run and you lost a monster, well, guess what? Here's your chance to kind of bolster your numbers a bit. But you know what? This guy also starts at level 1. So you have to make your choice. You know, all the star beans that you get, do you want to put that into beast mana, or do you want to put that into equipment to make them last longer? I don't know. Every player's going to try a different run. I think personally, if you wanted to go for the roguelike elements, I feel like too much was left open. I think this game is too open, in my opinion. Pentacle Abyss, I think that's a great example of roguelikes done right, because you have one linear path that you go through, and the cards that you can choose what monsters you get at the very start, and then the cards that you get are different, are random, which means that your run is going to be different every single time. Here, though, the chances of monsters dying is so high, it's almost a guarantee. Which means I, as a player, felt heavily discouraged from kitting out my monsters, because I'm going to lose everything when they die. When they die. Not if. When. Hey, Wrath of Wood, welcome in. How you doing? You know what? Screw it. Let's do standard. I only have a limited amount of time, so I might as well try and recruit a higher level monster. Right? I mean, that's what we're doing here, right? Oh, these monsters are... Okay. They're the same monsters that I've been fighting earlier. Okay, fine. Huh, for intermediate, I was kind of expecting to get one shot. What's this game called again? It's called SoldierSlain. There you go. I'll put it in chat for you. Oh, hey. I can recruit. Let's do that. Okay, double attack, and then triple attack, and then zap. Now it's double attack again. And remember the karma system, right? So you want to keep mixing and matching your, in order to maintain karma, you want to keep recruiting more monsters. Which means you want to be throwing away. The game is encouraging you to throw away the party that you have. I think the karma system kind of lame, not going to lie. I agree. I really did not like the karma system. Admittedly, in my time with the game, just for the devs' knowledge, I spent more time with angry karma, meaning that when I tried to slay enemies, they just kept running away. Oh, wait. Level 1. I went to an intermediate level dungeon, and the monsters are still level 1. Really? Like, come on. At least give me, like, a higher level monster for a... at a higher level dungeon. Like, that just feels really lame. Anyway, because I have some sense of self-preservation. Now, the good news is, I don't know if I'm going to come across this in this playthrough, but I wish I could know why it's a thing. I guess it's to encourage character rotation. If it's to encourage character rotation, then why do you lose so much? Then why do you lose all of your equipment when a monster dies or is discarded? Then why do you lose all the skill points that you put into the monster when they leave? It's conflicting character design mechanics. Conflicting mechanics. I hate it when mechanics conflict with each other. It makes it very what's the opposite of cohesive? Incohesive? Is that a word? Well, it is now. I'm inventing new words if it's not a word. So yeah, individually, a lot of these mechanics are really cool, and they can work for other games. But when you push too much of them together, yeah, boost your guy till you throw him away. Oh, crap. No, I didn't mean to do that. Ah! I did it again. So again, this is the scary part. If you panicked like me and you pressed cancel, it will choose the number 2 on your list, which means I would throw out Mana Mutt. And I don't want to do that. In fact, I don't want to... I mistakenly chose Recruit. I didn't want to do that. So I might as well just... Yeah, just do that. Just kill. Kill it. If getting equipment is abundant and the beasts and the beans too, I think it's fine, but I like to just play with the ones I like without so much rotating. Same here. But in Pokemon, they let you keep all your monsters and evolve them, and that's why you get attached to them. So, this is not Pokemon, right? I feel like this is just my experience talking, but this is more like SMT. So, in SMT, you don't want to get attached to your demons because as soon as you get all their skills, you're going to be putting them up for fusion. But the thing is, in SMT, whether you're fusing or sacrificing demons, you're still gaining something as a player. Your party is still gaining, whether it's a stronger demon with more skills, or what, but you're still gaining something. Here, this is not a monster collection game. This is a roguelike. Defeat is inevitable. So you are going to lose your monsters. That's just a fact. So when you do that, you don't gain anything because that's not the roguelike part. You just start over again. That's just what it is. And remember, you have a fixed deadline, which means that you want your team to be as strong as it can be. So what does this mean? Collect all the star beans and just do not move. And do not try to boost your team until you're 100% sure that you have the demons that you want or the beasts that you want. But if you don't do it, you're going to get blasted. Like what I think my fourth guy is about to get. Slay. I definitely got to play this game for extra insight. Do it. I mean, I'm not showing these off because I don't want you guys to play them. The opposite. I'm showing these games off because I want you guys to play them. So absolutely do that. And I would love to know what you think of these games. But yeah, it's like the idea of getting these like I keep saying monsters and demons. This is not SMT. Beasts. They can get up to level 8, apparently. Just for the devs' knowledge, I don't think I ever got a beast up to... Okay, hang on. Let me save this. Yeah, level 4. That's the highest I've ever gotten anyone before my time with this game was up. I get so frustrated of starting over and over and over again. Yeah, it sucks. Because there's so much to like about this game. I really wish I was able to like it more. But just way too many things held it back for me to really give it too high of a recommendation. But I do recommend it. Fuck! Of all the beasts to lose, I really didn't want to lose this guy because I don't think I could find him anywhere else. And this one had the story weight of the guy that I recruited at the very beginning. So losing that was that sucks. Oh, well, alright. There's another party wipe. So, I have a complete and total party wipe. Oh yeah, one thing to mention. Okay, so it happened here, but if Esley dies, it's already instant your loss. Now the good news is losing in this game is not a game over. So you're taken all the way back here, and you get to restart your day. Oh, I hate games that do that. What? Game over upon death? Or games that don't game over upon death? Now, again, to this game's credit, if you die, if Esley dies, game over upon party leader. Oh, well, okay, it doesn't do that. It's not a game over upon party leader. If Esley dies, no matter the state of the rest of your party, you end up right back here. So that's good. Sorry, I must have misheard. I may have misspoken. So that's probably on me too. So in that sense, it's actually best if ST dies, because you don't lose any time. You go all the way back to the start, and you can just start again. But now, guess what? I had a whole party wipe, which means I lose everyone. All the equipment that I spent, all the beast mana that I spent, that's just flushed away down the toilet. Now, granted, I have a lot of star points right here, but now I have to kit my characters out again. Meh. So you know what you're going to do instead? This is what you're going to do. Because why would I want to start all the way over again when I can just reload? Hey, part-time experience. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Sorry, my voice cracks. I'm 34 years old. One day I'm going to finish puberty. But clearly today is not that day. We were promised booba. Oh, don't worry about it. You'll get some. Unless, if you like the idea of warrior Aztec booba, then I think this... Actually, you know what? No, actually, I think Ezreal is pretty moderately designed. Hang on. Well, there you go. Here's some man booba for you. I mean, part-time experience didn't promise you what kind of booba, so there you go. Okay, now we go in here. And you know what? And you know what else this means? Dear dev, turn off manual save and add an autosave. John Erico, you are sick. You are sick in the head. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, so you know what else this means? So what's the difference between all these environments that you can go through? No matter where you go, all the monsters that you can recruit are all level 1. Okay, does it care like what as far as I could tell, maybe I chose the wrong biomes with my time with this game, but I really didn't notice any difference in the dungeon layouts, because they all are the same thing. It's just like 3 or so maps of going up. Maybe there wasn't enough time for more monster variety. Oh, no, John Erico. If there's one thing this game has, it's monster variety. That is by far the strongest point about the gameplay. And it's also the most frustrating because just to make this clear, this game does not miss on the monster designs. Everything has been excellent. Every design, there is not a bad design. There's not even a mid design. Every single monster in this game is incredibly well designed. I love them all. So the fact that I can only hold 3 of them pisses me off so much. Because look at these. Look at these. 10 out of 10. There's not a single monster in this game that is anything less than a 10 out of 10. Sounds like you have a gotta catch 'em all issue. I do. I absolutely do. Okay, for the new people in here, you know what? Let me take off the pop filter. All right. Okay. I've disabled desktop audio, so I think you guys are only hearing the audio that's coming out of my headphones. All right. Did that not sound like just a big shock to you? Like a sudden increase in volume? Please tell me you guys heard that. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Faintly? Oh, you guys are insane. It's low? Oh my god. You all are crazy. I think you all are just deaf. I think that's what's going on. But yeah, this is the entire environment. It's just one single line, a hallway, maybe one or two extra paths. Look at that. I love this. I haven't even seen this design before, and I love it. There's not a single monster in here that I don't absolutely love. And so here's the other thing, though. Here's another thing that's very dangerous for having only a 3 party member limit. You know what? Let me recruit this guy. Okay, again, they all start off at level 1. So say you want to have a variety of your skill set. Okay, so this guy, so the Jaguar can use physical, fire, and earth, and some wind, I guess. But then how do I know, how can I cover all my other bases? I have a lightning monster right here, and then a dark one. And then what can Obsidian Flyer do? Physical, wind, buff, earth, and fire. Okay, very magic-y. I like that. But how do you know if you want to recruit a monster that will cover your bases? You're not going to know until you've already made the gamble. So do you have to continue to grind? Yes. Yes, you do. And so guess what? If you decided, oh, I don't like this monster, well, guess what? You have to reload. So let's see if I can actually finish a run. I'm now realizing I'm way over time. So we'll just keep going until I finish this run or I die there before finishing the run. And then that'll be it. Oh, that was easy. Just grind your hour of gameplay away. I would love to do that, but remember, this, for those that are just joining us, this game is a roguelike, which means permadeath. If any of these monsters die, that's it. There's no getting them back. Can't you recruit to replace? Oh yeah, you can, and you will have to, because there is no... You cannot store more, and you will... Yeah, you can recruit to replace, and you're going to have to, because these guys will die very quickly. Oh, boss time. Great. How the hell is something that big going to evade anything? Come on. That's the same dude. It's a bigger dude. But yeah, it's the same design. I got you. And then yeah, and we just attack because I didn't give any skills to Obsidian Flyer because I wasn't sure. Because I wasn't sure if Obsidian Flyer was going to make it through this run or not. Will bosses be same dudes with better stats upon catch? You can't catch bosses. You can only kill them. Yeah, sucks, but that's the truth. I'm going. Oh, man. Yeah, don't try to drink your tea too aggressively, because otherwise you might end up accidentally swallowing the tea bag. At least they give you a bunch of experience for killing the boss. And you know what? All the mechanics lead up to, whenever I see dungeon cleared, you know what I think? God damn it. Because what I really want to happen is I want Esli to die. Because that means my other allies keep their experience, and I can go back and make another run. That's what kind of system is I'm being rewarded for. And remember, we're at dusk, which means I can't make another run. Sucks, but yeah. So, maybe we died, on our way here. Hang on. Is this, what? Fine. Again, really wish I had more files to save to, because then I could keep my old run and then show you guys something else, but hey. We have, let's see. I'll get rid of my obsidian flyer. Come take a look at this. I'm offering a Lampaka. It can be hard to train, but it's a good steed and the hard work pays off. Okay, sure. That's still very loud. What the hell? That's not what I bought. Did I just get scammed? This is not a Limpaka. Wow. Uh-oh. Well, it's a good thing I didn't come across that when I played. I would put in my disclaimer about how anything I find here doesn't affect scores, but the competition is over now, so it doesn't really matter. Imagine that. Imagine if I could retroactively disqualify a game. Imagine if I played Dine and Dungeon after the competition was over, and then I come across a game-breaking bug, and we'd have to just retroactively take away the award. But yeah. Okay, well, that is SoldierSlain. So, despite all my gripes, I think there's a lot of good stuff going for it, and I hope that some of these issues get ironed out, but honestly, because there's so many fundamental flaws, I feel like it would take a massive overhaul of the game systems to really make everything come together nicely. So really, the best thing I can, not for me, that's perfectly fine. I totally get that. Honestly, once I played the game, I realized it wasn't for me either. But the monster designs are fantastic. If the dev does not do monster designs for commissions, hit me up. I will be the one to do it. Dev, if you're watching this and nobody's commissioning you to draw monsters, hey, come message me. Let's talk. Because holy shit, these monsters are amazing. You need way more spotlights on your monster design abilities. Honestly, not even monsters. The character designs, just the character designs in general. They are just fantastic. So, you should be proud of yourself for that. Let's see. I'll probably play it for research for my own game. I think I could really get into it. Do it. Absolutely. Why did I not send this? Hang on. There you go. Once again, for those that are wanting to check this out. But monster designs, peak. I love them. Character designs, peak. I love them. There's been some mixed receptions to the dialogue. Personally, I think they're great. It's silly, but they're silly, but it's silly in a good way. That's always smart. I did before I started, bought a bunch of RPG Maker games that did NES style. I mean, yeah. Definitely want to do that. I just think that there's too many conflicting systems, and I feel like losing monsters, when you have the potential to invest so much in them, I think that was a mistake. I would, if it were me, I would either take out the equipment for the monsters or the beast mana. And I think it might be better to take out the equipment, because I feel like that's just a step too far. Just leave the equipment to Esli. Or, alternatively, let you buy equipment, but when you lose a monster, return the equipment to your party. That way you can put it back onto somebody else so that you're not losing too much. You don't have to refund the beast mana, the skill points that you invested. I think that might be too much. But the thing is, you're already losing a lot by having them reset to level 1. You lose their equipment and you lose their skill points. I think just removing one of those would negate so much of the frustration that comes with this, with this type of game. But then again, like I've enjoyed some roguelikes. You know, I've enjoyed Attack on the Kingdom. I've enjoyed Pentacle Abyss. They all handle roguelikes, but throughout your adventure, you're always gaining something as you go through. Here, you lose something, fuck off. Especially once you've gotten to like level 3, level 4, when when you've got to the point where you're better off just resetting your game. I feel like something may have gone wrong there. Fire Emblem also has permadeath, but you also have other units that you can use to replace the units that you've lost. Unless you're stupid and got your dancer killed, in which case, you know, that's just a skill issue. But yeah, those are my thoughts on SoldierSlain. I do encourage everybody to give this game a shot and form your own opinions. And if your opinion is different from mine, let the dev know. Absolutely let the dev know. Do not let the end of this competition mean the end of feedback. Because, yeah, I really want to shine more light on games that didn't make it to a spotlight. And I think this game's got a lot of cool stuff going for it. So, that will be it for today. One last thing before we finish up, which is, all right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we are done here. Let us make one last look at the game pitches, and then we will finish up. Okay, so for those that are just joining us, Fridays are typically where we play games that were pitched to us by the community and the Discord. And those that give us the best pitch will be played. So if you would like your game played, come in, pitch it, make sure to give it a good pitch. In fact, listen to the feedback that I'm about to give here, and you may understand a little bit more about what goes into a good pitch. So, start off with The Real Tron. Our Dying World is a game whose narrative is centered around player choice. I'm liking that. You play as Max, a boy from a small town who goes on a quest with his best friend Riker to become adventurers. So, like I mentioned before, you're making Riker seem pretty important, as if Max and Riker are on equal standing. Now, I've already given that feedback before, so the fact that you're continuing with Riker here tells me that Riker is the other main character and everybody else are just side characters and not that important. Okay. Your story is based on your party's relationships, and depending on your choices, your lighthearted adventure can quickly evolve into something much darker. Okay. So the threat of a darker adventure is there. But is it darker because I screw up? Or if it's because... Or are you just lying to me and saying that the lighthearted adventure will always become much darker? All I know about Our Dying World is that one dude's arm is more magically stronger than the other. I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, let's see. So here's the thing about this, is that you're being very vague. What if I want a much darker adventure? You're not, so the adventure can become something much darker. You're talking, I can't tell if the adventure becoming darker is a punishment or if it's just a natural outcome of the player's choice. Because what I'm hearing here can be applied to a game with a very typical bad ending. And frankly, that's not a very good selling point. If you're selling me on the concept of a bad ending, then several other games do this. So if you can't specify exactly what makes my adventure much darker, then I would just take it out. As you progress through the story, so do your abilities in this turn-based combat system. I would hope so. You're just describing natural progression. You can boost characters' abilities and unlock more devastating skills and cool party team-ups with the friends you become close to. Sorry, let me turn the music back on. Yeah, there we go. Boost characters' abilities, unlock more devastating skills and cool party team-ups with the friends you become close to. I'm liking this part. It sounds, but I can't tell. So it seems like, I'm going to make a charitable reading here and say that depending on your choices, as you become closer to certain characters, that unlocks more team attacks, but it's not clearly mentioned here. Also, what does boost characters' abilities mean? Remember, I'm trying to come at this from the perspective of somebody who has absolutely no idea about anything related to Our Dying World. I have no clue what boost characters' abilities means. Now, I know that you mean the game, you're taking the system from Octopath Traveler, but imagine somebody that you just met on the street and you're trying to convince them to play your game. What the hell does boost characters' abilities even mean? Remember, the point of the pitch is not to be marketing friendly, right? The point of this is to get me to not salivate. You want me to just stop what I'm doing right now and play your game. You can boost characters' abilities is not specific enough. I don't know why. Boost them to be better, I hope? Maybe. I don't know. What do you mean boost characters' abilities? Do you mean their skills? When you say boost characters' abilities, are you increasing the numbers associated, the damage numbers associated with them? Are you unlocking other secondary functions? I don't know. You're leaving way too much to the imagination. The characters are short, but you can give them a boost up to grab stuff on the top shelf. I don't know. Yeah. So I mentioned this because you're putting a lot of you're adding sentences that ultimately don't matter because they should be given. The idea of gaining more abilities as you progress in combat can be applied to every other game on this list that is an RPG. So I need to know what makes your game unique to you. Why should I play Our Dying World? I'm not playing Our Dying World because I want to get more abilities as I progress in the story. Because that's just typical for RPGs like this. In your pitch, you want to tell me what makes your game unique to you. You're doing that by saying that this is a narrative centered around player choice. Okay, that's special to Our Dying World. That can be applied to several other RPGs, true, but not every RPG has player choice narrative. So this works. Your story is based upon your party's relationships, and depending on your choices, your lighthearted adventure can quickly evolve into something much darker. So the fact that you're putting something like this into a pitch means that it's almost a selling point. The threat of a darker adventure is a selling point. Well, maybe I want a darker adventure. But I don't know if this is supposed to be a punishment or not. This is the... If I'm sounding very jumbled here, that's because this pitch is giving me mixed signals. Have you ever would you go up to somebody and be like, hey, play my game because depending on your choices, your lighthearted adventure can quickly evolve into something much darker? No, because I can't tell if that's a punishment or a reward, but you're putting it as a pitch, so it makes it seem like I want my adventure to become something much darker. So I need to rework. You need to rework that into something that's more coherent. And the reason why I'm having a hard time making suggestions is because I haven't played Our Dying World beyond like the first 3 hours. So I don't know what you mean by adventure becoming something much darker. Maybe I want to have a lighthearted adventure, in which case this does not sound like something I want. If my darker adventure is a punishment, I don't want to be told that, because you're making it seem like a darker adventure is a selling point. You can boost characters' abilities and unlock more devastating skills. Again, I don't know what you mean by this. Elaborate on this a little bit, please. And then take out the stuff that does not apply, that can apply to every other RPG ever. Unlock more devastating skills and cool party team-ups with friends. Don't call your stuff cool. If you're pitching me a game that you made, I would think that this would be obvious. You should play my game because it's cool. Because it has cool stuff in it. It's like, well, yeah. That should be obvious. Team up with friends you become close to. If you're into emotional, focused RPGs with fully voice-acted story, that's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good selling point. And real consequences. Our Dying World is for you. I'm going to trust you on this. But understand that I've been burned on so many other games that tote real consequences. And they just turn out to be different, like one line of dialogue is different somewhere else later down the line. Emotional, character-focused RPGs, this is good stuff. This is good stuff here, because you're telling me what kind of tone you're going to go for here. But wait, if my adventure can quickly evolve into something much darker, maybe it's not going to be an emotional story. I don't know. I'm getting a lot of mixed messages from this pitch. So, let's see. I don't know if this was edited or not, so I'm just going to go ahead and just check this out again. Jarring follows the story of a little boy named Phil, who looks forward to watching his favorite show every day, a government-mandated cartoon that promotes eating vegetables, and only vegetables. Navigate Phil's jarring reality into an eerie 3D household while you explore the cartoon in a 2D top-down environment. Okay. Jarring repurposes the turn-based combat of RPG Maker to make eating vegetables an interactive experience. Shining the spotlight on such a mundane task like eating deepens the mystery of the world. What we consider ordinary may be foreign to Phil and the other 11 kids. Don't ask me questions. When was the last time you went to somebody and tried to get them interested in your game by asking them questions? Survive the 4 days, watch cartoons, eat the dishes seen on TV, cooked by mom. Try not to choke. A lot of marketing stuff in there. I feel like you can take out pretty much most of this entire last sentence here. But hey, the fact that it's a 15 to 20 minute-ish horror game, all right, that's pretty good. That does change a lot of... I remember we had this talk last time. And now that I know that it's a 15-20 minute-ish horror game, there's not a whole lot you can really divulge about this game to really... without giving the whole thing away. So, it's turn-based combat, but you're saying you're repurposing the turn-based combat of RPG Maker. So is this supposed to be an RPG horror game? Or are you just twisting turn-based combat into... Are you saying that I'm repurposing turn-based combat into something completely different? In which case, I don't care that you're repurposing turn-based combat of RPG Maker. I want to know what makes your game special. Come at it from a player's perspective. A player who doesn't know anything about RPG Maker is not going to give two shits that you repurposed the default RPG Maker combat. They want to know what you can do in your game. So, approach it from that angle. So, Etrikia, made in 7 days, Experiment GHD is a short narrative horror game. You play as an experienced biotech researcher transferred to assist the sister location with a strange project. I don't know what that's... Is there anything about the strange project that would make me want to play the game more? Because if there is, then you need to specify that. Complete daily tasks to find out the true nature of your contract. The idea of things not being what they seem on the surface is not new, and I would try to either elaborate on this, or if you can't elaborate on it, take it out. Takes about 15 minutes to play, plays in browser. I'd rather play a downloadable game. Is it... Wait, I didn't check. Is it only playable on browser? It is. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, hold up. This one's also... Oh, I didn't know this. This was also made for the Toasty Jam. Okay. I just want to make... Hang on. Sciencey things. Okay, looks like you are not specifying whether or not AI was used. I just want to put this out there. We do have a rule in here against AI-generated assets. So, if your game has AI assets in it, it will not be qualified to play. So, keep that in mind. Yeah. Hey, Nova, I feel like I asked this a lot. I enacted this a lot. Is that what that was supposed to be? I feel like I asked this a lot. It's a lot, but how well... Don't worry about it. Ask it as many times as you need to. It's all good. Even if it's AI Herald and Reed kissing, yes. Any AI-generated assets, whether it's art, whether it's text, whether it is music, I don't want that here. We all need to get more comfortable with our own work. And it's okay if we're not doing professional level assets. Because, big shock, not all of us are professionals. Anyway, so to answer your question, John Erico, how well cooked should my game be? How well cooked? Wait, what? How well cooked should my game be to post? And if I do, should I announce the level of brokenness ahead of time? Your game is judged... What determines what we play on Pitch Friday is your pitch. And only your pitch. The actual content completeness of your game makes zero difference. If you have the best pitch, then your game is going to be played. And it doesn't matter how complete it is. So there you go. Hopefully that answers your question. Your game could be, a 5-minute demo. Just wanted to get systems on it. But if it has the best pitch, then great. Now, that being said, if your pitch does not represent your game, that's a bit of a problem. And we're not going to know that until we actually get to it. So I would appreciate that if it's not feature complete, keep those features out of your pitch. So I don't want to hear about a game that has ideas. If I pitch again in the future, does my pitch have to be different? Not quite sure what that means. The point of these reviews for the pitch are because I want you to keep changing them and updating them. Now, in your case, if your game is only a demo, only include items in your pitch that are playable in your game. Do not include things in your pitch that are not yet available in your game. So, as you develop the game and you add more stuff to your game, you are more than welcome to include that in your pitch. But do not lie. Remember, the point of these pitches are for you to be able to express what makes your game special. And planned features do not make your game special, because that describes like 90% of all of our devs. Yeah. Alright, Rhyme. The Greatest Chaotic Escape Plan is a short, endless runner made in RPG Maker MV about a group of friends running away in their pickup truck after stealing weapons from a private military complex. Now they need to defend themselves using said weapons from an endless amount of pursuers. So is that it? So you say it's an endless runner, but now you're saying you need to defend yourself with weapons. Okay, what kind of weapons are we talking about here? Is it just like a pistol? I don't know. So yeah. You need to include more. I mean, granted, I don't know. I haven't played the Greatest Chaotic Escape Plan, so I have no idea what to suggest or how best to suggest this. So, can you have multiple weapons? If so, why is that not in here? Let's see. Are there a large variety of enemies? If so, why is that not in here? But honestly, this one doesn't give me a whole lot to go on. I get that it's a small game and it's an endless runner, but I'm not seeing a whole lot here that really makes me want to play this, sadly. I love the premise, and the premise alone could sell the game, but you've got a lot of competition this time. So, unfortunately, Rhyme, a great premise alone, that's not going to be enough anymore. Not this time. So yeah, you need more stuff here. I need to know what makes your game special. So, Auroras is an open-world RPG that blends strategic turn-based side-view combat with deep customizable character progression, such as subclasses, adding status effects to your skills, randomized gear stats, upgrade, etc. Holy shit, look at that. This one first sentence told me so much about what kind of game we're playing. Great job. Hey, Trikia, welcome in. Customize your main character or build a full party if you choose, and shape your story through the choices you make. If you're not going to give me any examples about this, then take this part out. This, I would actually say, is a little too long for a pitch, because I did want a paragraph, which is about 3 to 4 sentences. So you're giving me a lot more than this. So let's see if there's anything that we can trim down. You play as the Time Guardian, a being tasked with maintaining the natural flow of time. That's pretty cool. But something has gone terribly wrong on planet Auroras, and the flow of time in that dimension is being tampered with. The Father Time himself sent you to investigate. Alright. Your mission is to track down what or who has the power. You don't need this. You don't need this sentence at all, because that's already been covered here. Remember, it's good to have a lot of information in your pitch, but if your pitch is too long, some people are just going to glaze over it. Remember, we're dealing with people. Remember, the idea behind this is that you want to be able to pitch your game in such a way that will immediately pop out to somebody who's dealing with who's dealing with several other pitches at once. So you want something that really immediately sticks out. So you want to say as much about your game as you can with as few words as you can. Now, this is a good problem to have. I'd rather you guys put in too much, and then we can focus on trimming down the unneeded fluff. I'd rather that than have something that's too short. But yeah, you don't need this. Explore a world inspired by medieval time, singular. Oh, that's really a good way to get people to lose interest in your game. Grammatical errors. Where the land and its varying races inhabit, hide ancient secrets, rich lore, demons and dragons and dangerous powers. This is marketing. This is marketing. You don't need that. While your main quest drives the story forward, you will still have full freedom to help the inhabitants of Auroris, create chaos across the continents, or walk your own path and just ignore them altogether. I like this because this helps me. You know what? Hey, go back to Our Dying World. Your lighthearted adventure can quickly evolve into something much darker. That's very vague. You will still have full freedom to help the inhabitants, create chaos, or walk your path and ignore them altogether. That's specific. I'm far more interested in this than what I see in Our Dying World. With 9 unique classes to choose from, and each class have different combat method, and each classes have different combat method. Ooh boy. You can build your ideal playstyle and dive into a world full of adventure. Dive into a world full of adventure is marketing terms. You don't need that. All right. This is actually a pretty good pitch. There's a lot of good stuff in here that entices me to play the game. You just need to trim down the fluff. However, it has come to my attention that, and I don't know if Levexis is here or not, but it has come to my attention that piss off, Chrome, that this game used to have lots of AI generated assets. Now, I've already said that I don't condone AI assets, and I will not play a game with AI assets. So, I need to know that this game does not have AI assets in them. I need confirmation by the dev that the game does not. And frankly, I'm not sure I can trust it, because I don't see any disclaimer, one way or the other, about AI assets. Oh hey, there's no AI. You're sure about this? Are you the dev? I removed them? Oh, you're the dev. Got it. Sorry, different name. I didn't think you were the same person. All right, cool. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Good to know. Alrighty then. Last up, we have Valen for Legend of Scleresis. Embark on an old-school adventure and travel the world with your friend. Meet a multitude of allies and together vanquish foes. Save a town, conquer the arena, and stop a secret underground organization? Why are you asking me? With your sword in hand, will you have the courage to do the right thing? Don't ask me this question. Stay away from questions like these, because you're not trying to... What the hell? Nova? What? This must be Twitch on my side. What's Twitch on your side? What's going on? What's happening? I hear nothing but blue screen noises. Yeah, mine's a more marketing pitch. No, that's not going to work here. We do not use marketing here. Pitches are supposed to be very short and very quick blurbs that tell me why you should play your game. Take out the marketing talk. Leave that for the game page. In fact, Okay. I was about to say, uh, um, a couple of people have just copy pasted their game page, as their pitch, and I was like, no, that's not going to work. I missed your review. Someone DM'd me. Don't worry about it. The VOD will still be here. So yeah, you can check that out. And of course, you can always DM me if you have questions about it. So yeah, don't do this. I don't care about being advertised to. I want to know. Remember, Valen, your game is up against Aurorus, The Greatest Chaotic Escape Plant, Experiment GHD, Jarring, and Our Dying World. Questions like these are not going to win me over to your side. I need to know, why should I play your game? Classic turn-based combat with an isometric view. Yeah, the perspective on battle is not going to make me interested in your game. Play with a range of characters from the basic warrior, healer to mage. Okay, so Dragon Age. Alright. To more complex, such as Furious Berserk, a summoning hunter, and a transformation mechanic. Is that even English? You start the sentence by talking about classes, and then you end with a specific mechanic? A game mechanic? Okay. Music and sound effects composed by Bruno Retro Asobi. I don't know anything. I don't know who that is. Designed to mimic RPGs of the 90s and the 80s era. Will be available digitally on PC. Will be available digitally on PC. Legend of Skeleris. That's not even English. Play the beta demo. Out now on itch.io. Yeah. Okay, so this is... You said it yourself. This is a marketing pitch. I don't want marketing pitches. Tell me why I should play your game. Has anyone ever tried to mimic the RPGs of the 2020s? Yeah, I don't know. Probably. Can you imagine in like 20 years, 2020s is going to be considered retro? Yeah. All right, so we've gone through all the pitches. I'm not going to tell you which one has the highest chance right now because I want you all to get busy editing your pitches. Pitches will be locked in 1 hour before the Friday stream. So until then, make all the edits that you want as often as you want. And we'll find out who won afterwards. All right. With that being said, we're going to finish up today. Thank you all so much for dropping by. I really do appreciate that. So, who am I going to dump you guys off on? See, Kuro's on. Ooh, Benny's playing. Oh, yeah. Benny's back on Claire Obscure, which is a fantastic game, by the way, that every single buddy needs to play. Like, yeah, Claire Obscure is my game of the year. I love it so much. But yeah, you know what? Let's go hang out with Benny. Let's go hang out with Benny. Yeah. All right. All right, everybody. I will see you all on Friday, and I am very tired, so I'm gonna head on to bed, or not, because I need to wind down a little bit. I don't know what anyone here stream. What do you guys do to wind down before bed after a stream like this? Because yeah, I'm really tired, but I know I'm not sleepy. So I mean, it's not like it's gonna matter because it's not like we're gonna have a extended conversation because you know at any point I'm just gonna like the raid is gonna start and you all are just gonna have to leave like I just did now. Yeah, all right, bye.